Good morning.
Ho there!
How's it going? Sword. Silver
Almost
Thron.
ready to go?
Nem, hello. How are you? Thron, thank you for the 20-month resub. I appreciate it. Wait, the Twilight part. Did I do that? Oh, that's an optional part of it.
I'll come find you later.
I'll go do the optional part. Why not? Wait, where is he? Right here. Okay.
It's you. The machine hunter that bailed out the Carja.
Never heard it put that way before.
What do you want?
Heard you've been hassling refugees up by the cliffs.
Yeah, well, you heard wrong. There's salvage up there. A Stormbird.
20 best months of your life.
The harpoon here in town.
Wait, 20 best months of my life or of Thron's life?
Myself. It clipped its wing, and it crashed into the old tower up there. Killed it quick. Yeah, so if anyone's hassling anyone, it's the Shadow Carja filth that's blocking the way
got
to
ya.
my claim.
And you're ready to crack some skulls to get to it?
No need. It's a raggedy bunch. Probably all starved before I have to lift a finger.
We'll see about that.
Oh yeah, we will, won't we? Now shop's closed to Carja lovers. On your blasted way.
Everyone's a shop.
Hey, I thought you'd left by now.
Fuck.
Took you long enough.
They're trying to get rid of me.
I could get around faster if I find a charger to override.
Isn't there a... I think there's probably something in the skills menu that makes it so that you can call a mount, right? Because wasn't that a thing in the first game? Where you could, like, call a mount? Hello, Aquila. How you doing? Oh. Mounted archer. Chain burst. No, I guess not. I could have sworn there was a way to, like, call a mount. Guess that's not a thing. Let's get.
Boomer said that Fanghorn should be nearby. There's the Fanghorn. Gonna have to take it down to get its rib.
Okay, where are you going?
Should try something other than fire.
Okay. Come on then, keep going. Yeah.
Should be able to harvest its wood.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait, I'm using the wrong bow.
It's burning.
Ah! I feel like I definitely...
Got the Fanghorn rib. Now I just need the charger.
I feel like I definitely looked around and I didn't see another one of those things. Scroungers, whatever they were. But I guess
I'll
not.
need these later for sure.
Yeah, of course. She's the greatest protagonist of the last 15 years. So, you know, she can do everything.
I can override one of these chargers. I have to go in quiet so I don't spook the herd.
Wow, first time seen one of those for a while. Okay, I need... What is it I need? Charger horns. Okay. Charger horns.
shock ammo would come in handy.
And doesn't want me to be rich and famous. Where can you get a cheap Nintendo Switch OLED? How would I know? Hey Frost, hello. How you doing? I don't know how that counted. I definitely got spotted there. You told him that I knew how to get him a good deal.
Caught on.
No, I usually buy all of my stuff through Amazon. I don't know shit. I mean, I could probably find something if I had a look around. When are you gonna need it by?
Be welcome, Outlander.
Probably have a look.
I know that look. You've got all the parts, haven't you?
Here you go.
Outstanding! I only need a few minutes to finish the prototype.
I'll take the version that won't blow my arms off. Thanks.
You spent most of the day trying to stay awake. You kept
So
falling
did you blow
asleep.
up any machines to get the parts? Or any bandits?
Can you
really like explosions, huh?
Here we
can
go.
you not just sleep?
With the boomsticks?
Did you not
Betcha.
want to sleep?
Is it safe?
Probably.
Can I have one?
No!
Oh,
Cause we're gonna make you something even better.
boom!
Need it by the 4th or 5th. Alright.
What about a rope caster?
But ropes don't explode.
How much are you looking to spend?
How about a blast sling, but with triple the ammo?
Do you know how much blaze that would use? No way.
Ah, finally. Gotta keep going, sorry. Back on the payroll.
As cheap as possible. Okay.
Tripcaster? But with boom wires.
Okay, that's
Well, it's currently 309 on
then have them again.
Amazon.
No,
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why.
What about a rope caster?
But ropes don't explode.
Looks like that's the same price and Argos.
Going triple the ammo.
Do you know how much blaze that would use? No way.
There's a white one for 279 on Asda at the moment. Oh wait, actually it says item unavailable. Never mind.
Tripcaster? But with
My bad.
wires.
Okay, that sounds more reasonable. But I'm going to have the explosives, then have them again.
No! Double!
White one for 300 on Amazon.
The one that gave those bristlebacks a run for their shards.
What about a rope caster?
But ropes don't explode.
What you looking at?
There is...
Hello to you.
There's one on eBay
How about
for
a blast?
275, a white one,
Do you know how much blaze
with
that would
free
No way.
2-day shipping. Brand new.
Bristlebacks didn't stand a chance against her,
Tripcaster? But
Yeah, I don't know.
boom
Outside of eBay, I don't know if you're going to be able to find one for
But I'm going to have
for less than 300.
then have them again.
No!
Right, Sprite launch powerful projectiles that can hit enemies at long range. Due to their long build-up, they have slow rate of fire and cannot be used while jumping or crouching. Spikes must be thrown at full draw in order to penetrate armor. Okay. And this one's explosive. Skill point. Alright, so... Oh, I need to override a charger for the embassy mission? But I actually want to go up there.
That's some fine
I will still try and override a charger. Why not? I don't think he has an aversion to eBay. Aha! Your soul is mine.
Be welcome, Elsa.
These sounds keep making me think that my alarm is going off somewhere. Oh yeah.
I'll keep some extra on hand.
Them shadow cards are taking
These
over.
people are under attack.
Hey! You up there! Aren't you gonna help?
Not my job.
I was gonna say, how do I get off of this thing? Whoa! My mount is helping me. What a nice mount. Oh!
More machines on their way.
Get to safety. I'll handle the rest.
Go, Lakasha. I'll help the Nora.
Grab that. Oh god. Oh Jesus, where did that one come from?
That's the last of them. Better check on the refugees.
Yes, the show's over.
Save these for when I need it.
Hello, Ray. How you doing? This is early for you. I will never show you guys my Minecraft skills, alright? It's not gonna happen. I know there's been a couple of instances where I've said that I would never play a game on stream, and then I have played that game. I will never play Minecraft on stream. Never. How much did that cost to repair? What? Why'd that cost so much?
Is it bad, Lakasha?
Yeah, eBay should be fine.
Everything will be fine.
If you go for that what was it? I think there was one for 274.
To see another day.
Are you sure about that?
99.
We're no strangers to hardship, Nora. We've crossed half the sun.
Oh, 274.95.
And as soon as our sun priest returns, our path
14 available, 37
For
sold.
now, we wait.
Well, you're better off waiting somewhere else. Your people need shelter. There's a town east of...
Chainscrape. Yes. We know of it. Savohar says it's not...
Why are eBay links so
Our
fucking
sun priest.
big?
Our order has made it this far thanks to his...
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, and where is this Savohar?
He went up to the tower to meditate 3 days ago.
Yeah, that's
and
the
wrote
one
him
that
down
I
the sun
was
shows
looking
the
at.
way to our new home. The fallen storm bird is an omen, he said. And of course, it must be.
I see. And how long do you plan on waiting for him?
Until he returns. He will return. He must.
You're Shadow Karja, aren't you?
We are the Order of Twilight.
The difference being...
When the usurper Avad killed his father, we fled with the Karja in shadow.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why eBay links are so long.
Difficult.
What's the point? What's the reasoning behind that?
Protected us from the corrupt priests and heartless kestrels. When their rule ended, Savohar led us from the Shadowlands. The long night ends. And the
Surely it
sun
can't
will
be
lead
that
us to
so many
salvation.
things have been sold on eBay
And so he named us the
that
Order of Twilight.
that's how long the links
Journey
have to be
west in search of
because
better life.
of
Why didn't you go back to Meridian?
Avad.
randomization.
We will not kneel to the likes of him. We must walk in twilight to our new home. Savohar will lead us there.
Uh-huh. There's an Oseram in Chainscrape, Tolland. He wants the Stormbird up there.
Yes. He was here just yesterday. A very unpleasant man, even by Oseram standards. He made all manner of threats. But we will not be intimidated.
That's all well and good, but he's got friends. Sooner or later, his whole gang will show up.
Savohar will come through. He always does. We just need to give him more time.
You're out of time, Lakasha. You need to consider...
Okay, I'm actually really
We won't
curious to know
leave him,
what
and we
two
won't let others
things.
disrupt his meditation.
Well, they're going to try. Your priest, Savohar. You said he's been up there 3 days?
His meditation can't be rushed.
So he does this often? Meditating for days on end?
Well,
Alright, why is that link so much
but
shorter
he
for the
will
same
guide
thing?
us through. He always has. We have faith.
Sure. But shelter looks like a more pressing concern.
I guarantee you'll never guess what I purchased. It's gotta be something really... I feel like with you, it's gotta be something really mundane. Like, everybody's gonna think that it's something really out there and unusual, but I think it's something really mundane, like a toothbrush or something.
Look at yourselves. Those machines nearly wiped you out. And Oseram thugs are watching you, just waiting to strike. You're in danger here. You need to grab Savohar and get out.
Our situation. This is the worst we've endured. I know we cannot stay here, but without Savohar to guide us, I don't...
Let me up there. And I'll convince him it's time to move on.
But his meditation... If he hasn't received his vision, he won't follow.
At least let me check on him. If he's been up there for days.
Yes.
I would never
Yes,
buy a
that is
fucking
sensible,
toothbrush
I
on
suppose.
eBay.
Please,
That's
be
fair.
careful. The trail up to the tower's falling apart. Savohar is strong, but it could not have been an easy climb.
It rarely is.
Let the Nora pass.
Would you be willing to provide us with a clue? Like maybe a category of item in some way?
looks full, but my stash has room.
Okay, so we got a ladder there.
Looks like I should head up.
Why would you not grab onto that?
Can't hook onto that.
Fair enough. An ice pick. What I'll say is that it's not something an adult would normally buy online. Something an adult wouldn't normally buy on.
Part of the ladder. Akasha was right. The trail's
You've
in bad
stumped
shape.
me.
This looks recent. Must have broken off when Savohar climbed up here.
Drugs? You think he bought drugs on eBay?
Dyer can make use of this. I think I can reach those beams if I jump against the cliff. Okay, now how to climb higher.
I support local businesses. The Costa Concordia cruise ship.
I need to find another way up. Let the screen shine off carefully.
Listen, I didn't want to say it, okay? I wasn't going to say it, but that is true. I've never heard, I don't know what that is.
Broken bridge. I might be able to make the jump to the other side. It's a lot of blood. Savohars? He must have hurt himself pretty bad getting over the bridge. It's not looking good. It looks like he left a trail. I can follow with my focus. There's the Stormbird. Getting closer.
Wait, where's the Stormbird?
Machines. Savohar must have snuck past them. I could probably slip past them. Or take them out.
Where's the Stormbird? Should I've seen the Stormbird by now? Yeah, I've never heard of that ship. This way.
Patron is a mess there, though.
Oh, hey, level up. Where's this one facing? Away from me or towards me? Silent strike. Thank you. Wait, is this the last thing left here? I could have sworn there was another enemy somewhere.
That's all of them.
All right. Pulled out. I'd probably say what I bought: Bionicles and a Transformers flash drive. I mean, I feel like I could probably have guessed that at some point. I feel like the Bionicles thing you might have mentioned before. I think you might even have mentioned the flash drive before. But I could be wrong.
There's Savohar. In pretty bad shape.
Hello, Savohar.
Sun above me, the true sun before me. Show me the way this eventide. The true sun above me,
You must be Savohar.
true sun before me. Show me the way this eventide.
Why Bionicles?
No. No.
Curious. I never got into Bionicles.
For the coming vision.
I
need a
don't
vision.
get it.
You need medical attention. On the way up, I saw parts of the trail had given way. Is that how you hurt yourself?
My pain. All part of the ritual.
You're hurt bad. And your people are running out of time. Staring at the Stormbird isn't solving anything.
You don't understand the omen. It fell here at the beacon. I just need
Bionicles is it's an offshoot of Lego, right? See, I got into Lego. Lego's awesome, but Bionicles was really just one of those things that even my brothers as well never really got into Bionicles at all. But people seem to be obsessed over it.
Kasha's doing the best she can down
I
there.
feel like it's a meme, but I'm not quite sure.
Angry Oseram. The Order is scared, Sevar.
The last rays of Eventide will burn away their fear.
I don't think so. What do you think's gonna happen here? If you sit long enough, the sun will show you something?
A path to a new home. The fallen machine can
Only the game showed up? Oh, so none of the rest of the Day 1 edition or whatever it is that you bought?
salvation.
That's weird. It's not a meme. Bionicles are fucking dope.
Oseram shot it and it hit an old tower.
Are they though? Legos are a meme? What do you mean Legos are a meme?
Look, I think you punctured a lung. You can't heal it with prayer.
The sun will provide. And I will not lose faith.
I'd be more concerned about losing blood.
When I was in Germany, we used to have there was like a subset of Lego called Duplo. I fucking loved Duplo when I was a kid as well. Duplo is also the name of one of my favorite chocolate bars from when I was a
Your
kid.
people are worried about you. They need shelter, security.
Oh, see, Frost said Bionicles are fucking amazing. That makes me think even more that it's a meme.
I think you've been staring at your salvation this whole time. Gotta get over to that Stormbird. Grab its heart. Stormbird heart is valuable. Enough to feed all the refugees waiting below. And his answer is sunstroke and a prayer? Why does every priest I meet think blind faith is the answer to everything?
I feel like this bird is gonna wake up.
Be careful not to let this stain my hands.
Oh, there's a signal tower up here as well. Do you agree with me or Frost? I mean... yeah, I don't know. It's up to you, I guess.
The Oseram that was watching the refugees probably went to get Tolland. I gotta get them out of here before he comes back.
Oh, there's the lens.
Guess I'll figure out what to do with it later.
Oh, need one more lens.
There. The Order should be able to afford shelter with this heart. Some food and a change of clothes wouldn't hurt. Sabahar? How you holding up? I need to get back over there.
Where you at, Sabahar? He died, didn't he? In terms of rarity for the P5R re-release, from most common to rare, PS5, Switch, Xbox.
I guess you did the best you
I
could.
see.
Rest easy now. I'll make sure your people are safe. I should let Lakasha know. And give her the Stormbird heart.
Alright, the question is there a quick way to get down? Ah, yes. Yes, there is. You just jump off here.
Don't make this difficult. Get out of the way.
There's Tolland with the thugs.
Alright, what am I supposed to do with this? Why can't I lower this rope ladder?
I'm a generous gent. So I'll give you one more chance to make it easy on yourselves and clear out.
We won't let you pass, Oseram. If you choose bloodshed, that's on your conscience.
Ain't it just like the Carja to make things harder than they have to be? Okay, boys. You heard her. Get your consciences ready.
Hold on now, Tolland.
You again? Listen, I'm all out of patience here. I clipped that Stormbird's wings. The salvage is mine. I don't care who gets
Actually,
in my way.
it's mine.
Or savages or shadow cars or flea bags. I'm taking it.
Well, from what I hear, the law says that whoever gets the salvage first keeps it. Which in this case is me. Am I right?
You took the heart? I shot that Stormbird. Me!
Am I right?
She's right, boss. Blasted Luff, shut up.
Yeah, shut up, love.
Okay. You win. Hey, I'm doing fine. I don't need that salvage anyhow. But these people need all the help they can get. Come on, boys. Back to Chain Scrape.
You had a first happened yesterday? Oh, go on then.
Aloy, again, we thank you.
You're welcome. Now take this heart. Use it to buy food, clothes, shelter for your people. Maybe even land to build a new home.
This is... Savahar must make these decisions.
No, I'm sorry, Lakasha. Savahar isn't coming back. He's gone.
You had a gun pulled on you.
I know it's hard.
Wait, that's the first time that's happened to you?
Need a leader now. Go to Chainscrape. Talk to the forge woman there, Petra.
That's surprising.
Give her the Stormbird heart. She'll look after you and your people until you can get back on your feet. Find your path.
I'll do my best, Aloy. What choice do I have? Here, please accept this.
I'm surprised it's the first time it's happened to him. That's all.
To Chainscrape, then.
What? What am I supposed to say? Okay, I got one more signal lens to get. It makes it any better. It was while they were having me take an autism test on their computer. It was one of your weird... Alright. You know what? You need to start from the beginning. You need to explain this. Because that just made it sound... Okay. Come on then. Okay, so I need to go over there, over there. There's another campfire over there, which means there's probably another signal lens over there somewhere. Dismount, brake, accelerate, and then I can do melee attacks.
Find the last cauldron? Let's learn how to override this machine.
Okay, so that is an area that I've been to. Okay. Let's go over here. A Horizon fighter. Hello. How are you doing? There's not really much going on there. A drop to ledge. Alright, who are these guys?
Come on. You can use that trip caster I gave you here. It'll be a spark and a hoot.
I have a friend that is an autistic coke dealer. She's been having me over her house quite a bit recently, and last night when she invited me over, she decided I wasn't neurotypical, and so she wanted me to take an autism test. In question 3, the question said, do you find sentimentality in objects? I was answering yes, and she said I never have sentimentality with objects. Oh well, except for the gun my grandpa made for me. Look how cool this is. And then she whipped a gun out. Okay. All right. Ocean. Trap pouch. Wait, what happened to my raccoon hides? I've definitely killed some raccoons. Alright, we'll do the resource one. Upgrades. This is the one I'm wearing. We'll upgrade that. Upgrade this. We'll upgrade this. Ah, fuck it, we'll upgrade it again. Is that a hunter bow I've been using? This one. Yeah, I should now be able to put coils in them. Edit coils then. Haven't unlocked anything for that though. Boba booty from Apex. I thought they made it so that you couldn't have just ass emotes anymore. Wait, so it was in her waistband the entire time? It wasn't like she opened a box from, like, under the bed or something and was just like, hey, check out this gun. It was literally on the waistband.
To the hunting grounds. I'll be shy.
Alright, who am I talking to? This guy.
I'll take care of this.
Fearless.
So you decided to visit the hunting grounds. Good on you. Isvad here has all kinds of trials.
I don't know, like a load of
Shites like you can
people
put
had
machine learning skills to the test.
had
Or as
emotes
the Tanakh
banned
call it,
for
earning your
just being
stripes.
I
booties.
thought hunting grounds were Karja.
Buddhists.
The Tanakh have them out
let me have a
west
look.
too. Though if you ask the Karja, Westerners stole the idea from the Sundom.
It was a few years
In
ago.
fact, the Tanakh used this place for a while after they kicked the Karja out of the region. They even left behind some of the special coins they handed out to those who earned stripes.
2016, apparently.
Medals, Karja ones, more spoils. I heard you can trade them for gear somewhere in the Tanakh clan lands. Pretty gruesome, I know. Then
Twitch
again,
updates,
for the
emote
Karja to
guidelines
raise.
for butts, poop,
Come to
and
think of it, if you
gasms.
plan on going west, I could convince Isvad to give you some if you earn stripes here. Seems like they might be of use to you out there.
Thanks.
Oh, and if you happen to play Strike, my friend over there has some nifty pieces to trade. You need anything for the trials, come see me. I have some wares I'm sure you'd find handy. Good luck.
Looking for you, none of your emotes are booties. That's true.
Oh, hey Red. What do you need?
Okay, what do you sell? Explosive trip caster and a rope caster.
Happy hunting.
So at the moment I have equipped a spike thrower, a shock trip caster. I'm going to replace that with the explosive. And then we don't actually have a rope caster equipped. We're going to get rid of that warrior bow. Don't need it.
Here to train for the hunt, Savior?
Rope casters are ideal for tying machines down. Sure.
If you're looking for medals prized by the Tanakh, you can earn them here, Savior. Oh, and I'd like you to have this, if you care to use it. Consider it my thanks for getting Thurles out of trouble.
All Karja soldiers know that the sun sets on the unprepared. These grounds have long readied their hunters to face the fierce machines prowling the western border. From shooting off machine parts to using shock ammo and weapons efficiently, the trials found here will bestow lessons vital to surviving the Forbidden West. Okay. Rand will rewards 10 more quarter stripes in all trial. Okay. Shoot off and loot Scrounger power cells. Use your focus to tag a Scrounger's power cell and make it easier to spot. Use weapons and ammo that inflict hair damage to remove components. Use the shock warrior bow or a shock trip caster to put machine in a shocked state and immobilize it. Parts can be torn off more easily. Resources obtained when looting power cells can be used to craft shock ammo. When a machine dies, you can no longer shoot off its components. And I need to do this in a minute 30.
Everything's...
Oh, he gave me a shock warrior bow.
Set up. Just use the ropes to jump in.
Machine will take a lot of damage from acid.
That was easy. Definitely got that within time. Ooh. Get me out.
Your reward, Savior.
Full stripes, let's go. Did anyone here buy anything for Cyber Monday with them discounts? No. No, I did not. I would have bought a lot of uncut anime on Xbox, but I was broke. You got nothing from Cyber Monday either? Alright, what is this? Wait, what am I looking at here? Lian Li PC case 4090 compatibility list. Oh, are you saying that the fact that a thing exists to say whether a case is big enough to put a 4090 into it or not? Who knows, we just have cyber weekends going from Friday to Monday. Yeah. They made a compatibility list where you can select their PC cases and it will tell you if the 4090 fits. That's fun. Okay, so we're done with that one. Okay, so what do we have to do here? Shock machines near a scrounger by overloading its power cell with shock ammo. Hitting a power cell with shock ammo will cause a delayed explosion that will shock any machines in range. Use the shock warrior bow to hit a scrounger's power cell. Overload it near other machines. Use shock ammo on a machine to build up the shock state and immobilize it. Okay. So I need to wait for a scrounger to be walking next to another machine. I wish every weekend was a cyber weekend where everything online was on 99% sale. Yeah, I don't think that's very viable.
Ground.
The only thing that can shock.
Those are all yours. Just use the ropes to jump in.
I can get data to override machines from Culver's. Just need to find them.
No, I need to shock one more. Oh no! I got killed by my own shock explosion. I don't know, I feel like most companies would go out of business if they ever did that. Oh shit, I'm using the wrong boat.
Overloaded its systems.
Quick, run away.
Your reward, Savior.
My reward. Hey, full stripes. Let's go. Alright, what about this one? Use environmental traps set up in the grounds to kill machines in the shocked state. Oh, God. Hmm. 3 minutes. It doesn't actually tell me how many I have to do, though.
You can head down the ropes to start the trial.
Okay. There's quite a few traps around. That I did it. Wasn't even under it. Oh, it was more under it. I think I have. When I have a shock trip caster, I do. It's not close, is it? Alright, kill me. Kill me now. Anything it would draw more business. In the USA, there are a bunch of low-income families kind of need stuff like toilet paper and whatnot. Yeah, but most of those businesses would go out of business. What's going to be the best way to do this? There's one. That's annoying. I was going to use that. Way, got him. Run away.
This is yours, Savior.
Hey, we did it.
Until you return, Savior.
In 3 stripes at a hunting ground. Is this going to be another one of those quests that's like bugged on the map or whatever?
Savior, the hunting grounds are open to you.
Looking up for the hunt.
Since when did businesses in America care about low-income families? No one cares about the peasantry. Like, if you're poor, just stop being poor. It's really that easy. Maybe. Maybe it is just that easy. You're about to rip your hair out because of the game you're playing? What are you playing? Is it this? Yes, sir. Wait, why are you wanting to rip your hair out because of ESO? I feel like there's another tower up here somewhere. Friends are all talking about upgrading consoles or getting a VR headset, and here you are looking at ourselves. It's not that easy for me. And I would silently cry myself to sleep.
This will make a good die.
Oh, there is a tower up here. Is it going to have a lens on it, though?
That's no good. There's the forecaster on that.
Come on, why do you, like, stop? Actually, haven't I already been up this tower? Yeah, I think I've already been up this tower. God damn it, I have. Last one be then. Over here, maybe? There's a stupid mount that I can get from scrying in it. And it requires 17 parts. I have 3. I don't think I know what that means. What does that mean? 17 parts and scrying and... What does it mean, Ron? What do the numbers mean? Also, I don't know if 29th of November is too early for Christmas stuff. I think this is good enough. Like, it's a month away. Yeah, but nobody's ever just gonna have an event in-game for one day, are they? I don't know, some streamers you would think their whole birthday was a month. Or their birthday was a whole month, rather. How am I going to get up the rest of the way there? Ah, what have I done? I don't think this is it. So you can find treasures by doing these puzzle games. It's called scrying. With this particular mount, it's a mechanical wolf. You need to go out and find the individual pieces. To find the pieces, you need leads, which are how you get the ability to scry. So in order to get the mount, you need 17 mechanical wolf pieces. And you have 3. And how long have you been doing it for? Because if it's like an hour, I think you're fine. If it's like 3 days, then that could be an issue. I mean, 3 in 3 hours is fine. How long does the event go on for? I mean,
take this to a dyer later.
depending on how long the event's active for. How cool. Well, I thought the mechanical wolf thing was an event thing. Didn't Sword say something about a Christmas event? Is the wolf not part of the Christmas event, or is it just a thing? I thought the mount was part of the event, not the scrying thing. The wolf is just a thing. Okay. I might be over here, actually. How cool is the wolf? Is it worth it?
Mirren light. Last part of the Sundom before the Forbidden West. A Karja horn. Maybe that means the embassy's starting soon.
Oh, a couple of new quests. Ah, yeah, it probably is up there. Who's that?
Hey, what happened here?
What do you care?
Don't you?
As it happens? No. You know, I was already having a crappy day, and now these two idiots picked my shift to climb the damn mountain. Wouldn't be so bad if this one weren't so heavy.
Wait, 2 idiots?
Did I stutter? Yeah, 2. Heard another one shouting up top. Sounds like they got caught between sharp claws and a sharper fall.
Someone's in trouble. Aren't you gonna do something?
Self-inflicted. And I got my hands full with this one.
You're seriously not going to help?
You seriously are?
Someone's in trouble at the top of the cliff. I better get to climbing.
Black and gold. Alright, let me have a look at this then. What's it called? Is it just called Mechanical Wolf? If I just search ESO Mechanical Wolf Mount, will I find it? Is it the Dwarven Ebon Wolf Mount? Oh. I mean, it's alright. Oh, there's even a thing here that tells you where to get all the items from. Some of them are just out in the world, but some of them are boss drops, like you said. Huh. There's one here that just drops from any boss in Razak's Wheel. And that's it. Just any boss. Does ESO still have that thing where certain what is it? Certain races are locked behind the faction that you choose to play as? So there's like 3 factions, right? When I played the game before, there was like a thing where you could only play certain races if you were part of a certain faction.
That sounds like I'm on the right track. Better hurry.
Certain races are locked behind factions unless you subscribe or buy an add-on. Wasn't there like a collector's edition thing where you could play as... there was a class that made it so that you weren't locked behind a certain faction. It wasn't Redguard, it was something else. Or maybe there was like an extra class that you could play as.
Once you're cooked.
I don't know. I don't remember much about ESO. I think I played it like as it came out. Ah, Imperial, that's what it was. Yeah, because I think I played the game right as it released. Don't know why. And
Tasty.
yeah, I think I bought some sort of collector's edition or pre-order thing where I got the Imperial. It's such a weird system. Although I guess it's... I guess it makes sense. I mean, other MMOs do that as well, don't they?
Are you hurt?
I live. My so-called bodyguard. You see him on your way up?
It was hard to miss him. He's dead.
Oh. Guess that's what I get for believing in the first chuff in the tavern who said he was a mountain-climbing machine hunter. Ugh. At least I don't have to pay him now.
What are you doing up here?
That used to be a signal tower. The mechanism uses a special lens which, in some very specific circles, is highly valuable. And since the Carja are planning on tearing them down, I was going to liberate the lens before it got destroyed. You get it for me, and the lenses from the other towers. I'll make it very worth your while.
I mean, I already have all of them except that one.
In its day, it was a sight to see.
I will say that ESO has gotten substantially better since release. Oh yeah.
They used to warn folks that the Tanakhs are coming, for whatever that was worth. As you can imagine, the Carja spared no expense putting them together. Hence the fancy lenses in need of a new home before the towers are torn down.
I think I own it on Steam, and I think I have one of the expansions. Because I wanted to play a ranger. Me and a friend of mine wanted to play it a few years ago. And it didn't really work out.
So you're a thief.
I'm more what you'd call an opportunist with a good eye for business. Look, the Carja are gonna tear all these towers down anyway. They see no value here. They're trying to make nice with the Tanakh now. See? It's a victimless crime. Opportunity.
Tell that to your friend down there.
Self-inflicted.
Why can't you do it?
Look, even if I hadn't hurt my ankle here, I'm clearly nowhere near as capable as you. Oh, come on. I can't just let the lenses go to waste. That's not what my father would have wanted.
Your father, is he a thief? Sorry, opportunist, too?
No. He helped design the towers. Before he passed on.
So that's how you know about the lenses.
Yeah. And why they have sentimental value.
I already found some, actually.
Well, look at that. Looks like you're quite the opportunist too, eh? Let me take these off your hands then. This should be a nice reward for your efforts.
Should it?
I'm an honest merchant, after all. Thank you.
Aloy.
Reyna. Well, Aloy, as soon as I'm up for it, I'll be going back to Barren Light to rest this ankle. But I'll stick around in case you want to get me that lens up this tower here. No pressure. Just saying. Promise it'll be worth it.
I'll see what I can do.
What did you give? 75 metal shards.
You can smell the opportunity in the air.
You fucking kidding?
Okay, I'm in.
Can you climb up? Imagine having Steam and not having Thron in your friends list. Do I not? I thought I did. It's not a critically acclaimed award-winning nominated for Game of the Year in Ghosts 2021 list. MMO of Final Fantasy XIV. True.
Up this place.
I don't know. Everybody... I feel like I was playing Final Fantasy XIV wrong. Because everybody bangs on about how good the story in that game is. And... oh, what the hell? And everyone's always just like, oh yeah, this part was really sad, this part made me cry, and I'm just kind of like, alright, okay. What? Why do you just keep falling off things? What is your problem? Why did they decide to make her so fucking floaty in this game? She's just all over the place.
One of the signal devices. Should be a lens I can grab for Reyna. Okay, I think that's the last lens. I should trade with Reyna the next time I'm in Barrenlight.
Did you find the lens?
Maybe, if you're ready to trade.
Ha! Let's deal.
Here you go.
Isn't that a sight? And here's a little something for your troubles. Now, if you find any more of these, make sure to come find me.
What do you mean? That was the last one.
See you around.
Literally the last one. These are all 2. Go for a warrior skill. Might as well get this one. I almost want to play FF14 just to see what the story is all about. Since it makes people cry and stuff, I'm gonna judge it on the same level as Clannad or Fruits Basket. Wow. I don't know if I would do that if I were you. Okay, so she's gone now. That's a blocked path. Got another side quest over here. Or if there's a quicker way down that doesn't involve me going down the mountain again. Alright, you know what? I'm going to test how deep this water is. Oh, shit.
Oh, not happy to see me?
P5R story makes people cry? No, it doesn't. Not a single person has cried to the P5R story. Not one person. Only one anime has ever made me cry, and that was To Your Eternity.
Everything okay up there?
What, so you care now?
Yeah, no, not just. I'm just making small talk.
Keep up the good work.
The only POMs I know about are the ones from
All right.
Cold Steel.
Whoever's in charge here. First, might be worth taking a look around too.
Ah, Savior.
It was more of a when will go stop playing this game cry.
Maybe. Why do you ask?
Ah, well, to hammer it plain, there's treasure out west. Unclaimed scrap and ancient metal.
Pretty sure it's still the longest single game that I've played on stream. Except maybe...
Terrified. But
I think Assassin's Creed Valhalla will probably overtake that if I ever go back to it. And then obviously I played Final Fantasy XIV for like 4 months.
I was hoping your arrival meant they might be opening soon. I've got a business to run, after all.
I want that embassy to happen as much as you do. Believe me, I'm working on it.
Good to know. And keep us in mind. If you do manage to open the way, our main camp will be just past Barren Light. We'll buy any scrap you've got on you. And if you're looking for machine parts, we've got the best in the West, guaranteed.
All right. Maybe later then.
If you could get those blasted gates open.
Oh, look, there's a way to actually track this, isn't there?
Guess I'm not the only one who wants to get those gates open.
So my top 10 is Monster Hunter Rise. I streamed for 133 hours. Cold Steel 4, I streamed for 134 hours. Witcher 3 was 137. Cold Steel 3 was 138. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was 142. Dark Souls 3 was across 4 playthroughs, is 145. Persona 5 is 152. Persona 5 Royal was 167. Assassin's Creed Odyssey across 2 playthroughs was 286. And the number 1 is Final Fantasy XIV, which I have streamed for 662 hours. Where you didn't notice me streaming Monster Hunter Rise? That can't be right. Oh, it doesn't feel like I streamed it for that long. Well, I played it on the Switch, and then I played it on PC as well. So, it's technically across 2 playthroughs.
Is that what I think it is?
Now you've got all your lenses.
My pops would be sad they're tearing down those towers. But he'd be happy these lenses were spared. Many thanks to you, Aloy. Oh, here. What I owe you. Now, this has truly been a profitable endeavor for the both of us.
So what are you gonna do next?
I'm taking these back to the claim. Ankle's all better, and I miss the stench of soot in the air.
Let's hope you don't find any more opportunities on your way there.
No promises. Good luck, Aloy.
Alright, what did you give me this time? 3 bronze ingots and 2 green shine slippers.
Let's play some Machine Strike.
Alright, let's play some Machine
Got
Strike.
my boards ready to go.
Flame! As hammer strikes...
Okay. Let's go for a bristleback. A lot of forest. Play the 2 forests. We'll play these. And we'll play 2 of these. Alright, show me what you got. Okay, grassland. Grassland. That's a 2/6. Sell up my gunners and then sell up the small ones.
I'm done.
Oh, they took damage immediately. Or at least they were going to.
Okay, I can do this.
Whoa! The range of that thing, what the hell?
Your turn.
What the hell is this? Gets 1 attack. At the start of each turn, all friendly machines within attack range get +1 attack power. Effects can stack. Only does -1. That only does -1. But it does knock it forward. But it knocks it forward into my gunner.
Well, looks like my strategy backfired.
Dead.
Time for me to step up.
What? It jumped. Wait, it jumped over?
Your time to shine, friend.
Weird.
Let's get that piece out of there. Machine down.
I have the high ground.
Gotta think this through.
Hmm.
One down.
Hmm.
My turn.
Turn. Oof. What even is this?
What'll it be?
Lance Hall.
Ah, you hit a weak
I'll
spot.
just overcharge and then
That's
attack
it.
again.
You win.
Hooray! Oh my god, what does he have now?
Let us do battle.
Put my gunners here. Put that near the grassland.
It's all you.
It's all me. Fuck, I don't even know what his pieces do. This machine does not have a skill, it's a swoop type. Attacking a machine on grassland terrain will turn that terrain into forest. Ugh.
Oh, that's my cue.
I'll let you do something, I guess. Whoa! What the fuck?
What'll it be? And there it goes.
2 points to me. Wait, I have to move this piece? Wait, why did I have to move that piece? Oh, because I already attacked, I guess? So it had to move.
Oh, that's my cue.
Wait, did he just kill one of his own pieces? I think he just killed one of his own pieces.
Off the board you go, buddy.
Whoa, he got to move again. Okay. Fuck, he's really brought this back.
Let's get that piece out of there. You decided to overcharge, huh? Your return. Looks like we have a winner.
Easy 7 points.
That was fun.
Easy 7 points. Okay, the board is exactly the same. What does he have now? Okay. What's this piece? Widemore? 7 health, 3 attack? Yeah, we'll just stick with the same set, I guess. Oh, he's put the Widemore in. Oh, my gunner's over here. No, I'll just take my normal ones there. Oh, it's my turn. Take the high ground.
My turn. It's all you.
Okay, so we can do 3 there. Overcharge, do another 3.
Oh, you hit my machine's armor. That's good. For me.
Interesting that he would decide to make that play instead.
And there it goes.
Ooh.
One down.
Okay.
I'm done.
One, 1, 2, 1.
Machine down.
Machine down. Oh, this is my other gunner? Okay.
Nice move. Guess I'll have to come up with another plan.
That's annoying.
Gotta think this through.
Okay.
One down. And you win.
Well, this guy was definitely easier than the first person I went up against.
I look forward to our next game.
If I had a spear like that,
I've got.
next time we will forge a deal.
Come on.
Does campfire heal me? Campfire doesn't heal me. Interesting.
No one wants to play.
I thought campfires healed. Would make sense for them to heal. Skydrifter circulator.
Another day,
Be strong for your son.
Alright, what's this quest?
Where's Erend? Looks like he's had a few.
Xavier, I need your help. Don't embarrass yourself, soldier. Xavier! Xavier! For the love of God.
Who are you?
Xavier, you're my last hope.
Conover. She's Meridian's savior, not yours.
It's just Aloy. What do you want?
Please, no one will listen. But the Eclipse... they're here in the Daunt.
Really, Conover? Aloy's the one that defeated them. You're bothering her with this hogwash now?
Some of them must have fled west after the battle at the Elite. I saw one of our sentries, Loravik, sneaking off to meet with one. I tried to eavesdrop, but they spotted me. And then Loravik tried to kill me. I... fought back.
How is it that Aloy manages to sound so condescending to every person she speaks to?
And since Conover doesn't deny killing his fellow soldier, Nozar sentenced him to death.
What makes you so sure Loravik was working with the Eclipse?
Well, I was too far to hear everything. But I heard them both say the word Eclipse.
It's not the most outlandish claim I've heard, but it's up there.
Crying Eclipse is a convenient way to dodge a death sentence.
If I have to die, so be it. But if we ignore this threat, others are going to die too.
Emotional damage!
Weeks ago, during a shift change, some trespassers slipped through the gate. By the time anyone noticed, they were halfway out the canyon. Nozar didn't see the need to give chase. Let the Tenakth...
I don't sound condescending to everyone.
Nozar's not one to be sidetracked. He tightened up the patrol
Just
schedule,
you.
reprimanded the sentries, and everyone moved on.
But I couldn't stop thinking about it. None of us are careless out here, meaning someone left it open on purpose. And Loravik, well, he's always grumbling about officers. But on this, he was too quiet. And after the incident, he started acting different, jumpy. So when I spotted him sneaking out of the barracks after hours, I followed. I found him arguing with a stranger. And when Loravik mentioned the Eclipse, I tried getting closer, but they heard me. The stranger took off, and Loravik lunged at me with his knife. Instincts took over. Sentries heard the scuffle and found me standing over his body.
Why don't you believe it?
We combed the woods, searched Laravik's bunk, searched it again, didn't find anything. Look, Conover's a good man. I don't believe he murdered Laravik in cold blood. But Nazar only listens to facts. And that fact is, Conover killed his fellow Sentry. He doesn't deny it, right?
No, but more Eclipse
And
are out
considering
there.
there's no evidence backing up this Eclipse story, well, we can't question a dead man.
He looks
Nazar's
skinny
on
enough to
edge
fit
of the
through
upcoming
those
embassy
bars.
And doesn't want distractions. But hey, if you find a bunch of Eclipse soldiers hatching an evil plot in the woods, please do let us know.
The meeting you witnessed. Did you hear anything else about their plans?
No. But the clearing where they met is just east of here, across the river.
A dozen soldiers have already searched it, Conover. There's nothing there.
I can see things others can't. If the Eclipse are in the Daunt, I'll find them.
Thank you, Aloy. Sun bless your search.
Don't get your hopes up, soldier.
All right. Ah, find them. Because I am Aloy, and I am good at everything.
I'll dry off. Eventually. This must be the clearing where Conover says he saw the eclipse. Bloodstains. As good a place to start as any. Pretty sure this is where Conover killed that guard.
That's a lot of blood for just one guard.
There was a third person here. I see plenty of tracks from the Carja search party. Not helpful. Broken branches. Was someone up here? Faint tracks leading away from barren light. I should be able to follow them with my focus. Let's see where this leads. Maybe Conover wasn't lying after all. Lost the trail. There's too many machines walking around. Maybe I can pick up the tracks once I'm past them. I've learned to override machines and cauldrons before. I wonder if there are any out here.
Come on, come on.
It's easy to follow the trail up ahead now. Blood. A lot of it. Whoever the runner was, this machine must have slashed him. Should be easy to follow the blood trail with my focus. Looks like we're headed for that bridge.
Wait, didn't you have way more points than that yesterday, Sword? What happened? Didn't you win like 3 times in a row?
Out down here. Bandages. Looks like the runner tried to treat their wounds before they went on. I should be able to follow their tracks. Where did you go off to? Not a bad view of Barren Light, if you wanted to spy on it.
That's me, always lying.
The trail ends here. Must have climbed up to that cave. With that injury, I'll bet he's on his last legs.
Okay. The cave?
Make an interesting color for my armor. This looks like a good place for someone to hide.
What are we supposed to do now? We stay on track and make our way out west.
If we give up now, the usurper will. We have to find Vezra.
We don't know Larvik's dead. He hasn't shown at the rendezvous point. So either that fool guard killed him, or he lost his nerve.
We'll just have to blast our way through the gates.
And then what? Rayad was our only link to Vezra, and now he's dead too.
We'll track Vezra if we have to. But first we have to get past Barren Light. Next change of guard, we go in fast and loud.
Conover was right. I have to stop them before they hurt anyone else.
I'll pay back every card with a turncoat.
Whoa. I'm surprised she's so okay with killing so many humans.
I am the shadow, and the darkness will come again.
You would never stoop so low. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna be playing.
There you are. Intruder!
Oh fuck!
You're in.
Takes care of that. And I'm sure there's more of them outside. I better be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Ishin. I'm pretty sure he's gonna kill at least one person in that game.
There!
Takes care of that. It sounds like there's more cliffs beyond the Daunt. If this Rayad was the only link to them, he might have a focus. I'll tell you right now.
Oh hey, I leveled up twice. that's how I get up. Aloy A. Rodriguez. Straggler's Strand. Oh, I see. Oh, there it is.
I'm guessing that's Rayad. Blood trail must have been his. I was right. Rayad has a focus.
Loyal Eclipse. If you're seeing this, it means you've left the Sundom in search of something to follow. Your journey is almost over. Follow the sun beyond the gates of barren light, and bask in the gloam of future conquest.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't remember her killing that many humans in the first game, but you know.
I have to pay this Vezra a visit and crush his new Eclipse empire before it begins.
It has been a while since I played the first one.
Barrenlight. Ryad's mask should be enough to prove Conover's innocence. I better take it back to Barrenlight.
Do you have any fast travel? Nah. Boo.
When we fought the Eclipse back in Meridian, I think that'd be the end of it. Guess I was wrong. Easy. Fast travel. I see what TJ was saying yesterday about me being able to fast travel for free. I didn't realize that you could fast travel for free from campfires.
Looking for a real...
Where's Erend? Looks like he's had a few.
Look alive, soldier. She's back.
Aloy, Did you find anything?
Eclipse fugitives were camped out on the other side of the forest. And they were getting ready to fight their way through Barren Light. You just helped save a lot of lives.
Aloy, you know
Just
I
like
believe
Dark
you,
Souls.
But Nozar?
Yes,
He might
just
not be
like Dark
convinced by your
Souls.
words alone.
If he needs proof, show him that. And tell him the man he's got locked up risked his life to expose and eliminate an Eclipse spy.
Huh. I guess you are his savior. Congratulations, soldier. You're a free man. I'll have you out of there before sunfall. I'll make sure this gets to Nozar.
That's it then. The end of the Eclipse.
Almost.
Not quite.
The trespassers you mentioned, the ones who got through Barren Light weeks ago, their leader's dangerous. And he's out there, in the Forbidden West, building up an army.
Sun and Shadow, you're going out there to stop him, aren't you?
I'm gonna try.
I want to help. I can fight.
I know you can. But you've been through a lot. Once you're out of that cell, you should enjoy your freedom. You've earned it.
Take them out, Savior.
I don't even fully remember who the Eclipse are, to be honest with you.
Gentlemen,
That's our cue.
taking the edge off?
Well, if the end of the world's coming, I don't be sober for it. Now, let me guess. You're in a rush, right? So whatever you need, ask away.
How have things been since I...
Your silent departure? Yeah, not bad. Vanguard's going strong. Helped Avad pick up the pieces after the battle with the Eclipse. I took a month to bury Ursa in the claim. But when I got back, I got the assignment to babysit Wadis on his way to the embassy. I thought that'd be a cakewalk, so of course things went sideways.
You got blindsided. Wasn't your fault.
A couple more of these, maybe I'll believe you.
I was, wondering if you were able to lay Ursa to rest, like you wanted.
Yeah, we did.
I don't remember who Ursa is.
Pay their respects. Half of them owed her a favor, and the other half owed her their lives. In the end, everybody drank. You know, it's the rowdiest funeral since ever.
Feels like she would have liked that.
Yeah, damn straight. Damn straight. She would have put them all under the table.
I need TJ here to remind me who all of these characters are.
Oh, yeah, not much. Only that Avad really wants it to happen. He said I'm making peace with these Tenakth. But from what I hear, they're not too big on the whole diplomacy thing. They do most of their talking with blades and arrows. So if you're heading their way, be prepared. Things might get ugly real fast.
I'll keep that in mind. What do you know about this place?
Well, nothing good. It's where the Carja dragged all the captives they took from the Forbidden West during the Red Raids. Lucky ones became slave labor. The rest were hauled off to the Sun Ring and Meridian.
Your sacrifice.
You got it. Tenakth made sure to wreck the place before they chased the Carja out of the West. I can't say I blame them. And now Avad's paying the Osram to rebuild it. And no matter how much new stone they put up, it'll still be stained in blood.
I better get going.
right? You know, I'll have to do complicated Aloy things. Maybe just don't disappear completely this time.
No promises.
I guess what I'm really trying to say is, if you ever do need me...
I know where to find you. Hopefully sober next time.
Don't count on it.
That's just the way it goes, you know? Oh, it's on the other side. Elemental books. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Lighten up, Pike. That thick wall of stone between you and the Tanakh out there.
Yes, sir.
No one is allowed past this point. Commander Nozar's orders.
Well, that's just rude.
Why the long face, my boss? Was she...
Are you in charge around here?
Ah, apologies, no. That would be Commander Nozar. I'm Lawan, his second in command. So, what brings Aloy of the Nora to Barren Light?
I'm here for the embassy. I need it to happen so I can head west. And maybe now that Studious Wadis is here, we can finally get things underway.
Yes, the Sun Priest. Walked in practically kicking and screaming behind his escort. Really seems to like his scrolls. But the embassy remains delayed. Commander Nozar has signaled our readiness, but the Tanakh marshals have yet to sound their horn.
All right, fine. Let me through the gates then. I have my own business with them.
I'm sure you do, but I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, of
Commander's
course.
orders. Normally, the gates are open for any who dare to venture out. Oseram salvagers, a few especially brazen Karja, but no one's allowed in or out before an embassy. They'll reopen once the Tanakh have left.
Okay.
So what happens at these embassies, exactly?
Mostly trade and negotiation. The Karja offered tribute of food, spices, and gear. In exchange, the Tanakh returned personal effects taken from Karja soldiers that fell during the Red Raids. This particular embassy, however, is a special case.
Because the Tanakh, they're handing over some sort of prisoner, right? A soldier named Fashav?
Ah, so you've heard. The exchange has got everyone on edge. You never know if an embassy's going to go well until it's practically over.
You said something about Tanakh marshals. Who are they?
They're the tribe's elite warriors. Before every embassy, they arrive with a contingent of soldiers from each of their 3 clans. Then, during the proceedings, they negotiate on behalf of their leader. And by negotiate, I mean stare down our Sun Priest until they concede. Paiv over here came face to face with them for the first time at the last embassy. Came back drenched in his own sweat.
It was hot that day, sir.
It was indeed.
Where
Okay,
is this
then.
Commander Nozar then? If he's the one keeping the gates shut, I'll convince him to open them for me.
I'll take you to him, but I have to warn you. The commander isn't one to break protocol, especially when he's already high-strung.
We'll see about that.
This way.
There's a lot of activity going on around here.
The Tanakh tore down this
Listen
place
here,
during the Red
Lawan.
Raids. 2 years of
I am the
war.
great Aloy. I can convince anyone of
The
anything.
work stoppage and change scrape nearly halted our rebuilding efforts. But I hear a certain Nora got them back to work.
I was just helping out.
Yes, well, I'm sure Ulvund was thrilled. Stand aside, soldier.
Sir?
There's the commander. Brace yourself.
Why the Sun King believes
And
we
good
can
luck.
How are we to hold an embassy with a tribe that can't even govern their own people?
What more can
Yes,
you
the great
expect from
a-hole.
barbarians?
Ah. Aloy, was it?
Yes. The one who cleared the valley for you? That Aloy.
We appreciate your service. At least we are ready for the embassy to begin.
Didn't you just give the signal?
Both sides must signal readiness. Until the Tenakth sound their horn, we wait.
Yea, for as the first shall be...
Shut up. Why the delay?
The Tenakth are a tribe composed of 3 clans. How many banners do you see?
You're just gonna wait? Go find out what's wrong.
Oh, this isn't some forgotten corner of the East where you come from, Nora. It's the Forbidden West. If you don't like it, run back to
It's the
Meridian.
Horizon, Forbidden West.
Meridian I saved, you mean?
That's right. Nobody walks
Good
to the
morning,
gate until
Luck.
the third clan arrives
How are you
and the
doing?
Tenakth horn has sounded. Not even the savior of Meridian.
Well, thanks, but I've waited long enough. It's time to go.
Absolutely not. This embassy depends on diligent adherence to... You shall not!
Keep telling yourself that.
Someone approaching! On a machine!
No longer sick? Excellent. Glad to hear it.
Open the gates, please.
Do not let her through that gate! That is a direct order!
Sorry, can't do it.
Sure, it's the savior! I don't care if it's the devil between yourself! The gate is sealed, so that horn blows!
I'm asking nicely.
I don't know what to do.
Hey, Varl.
Hi, Aaron. What's happening?
You know, the usual. Aloy wants something. People try to stand in her way. It's not gonna work.
Oh, that's it! Arrest her!
I'd like to see you try.
Supporting fire?
Yeah, I'm locked and loaded. Hey, Nozar! You stupid bastard. You think you got the authority to keep that door shut in the savior of Meridian's face? What
Yes.
do you think Sun
Yes, he
King
does have
Avad's
the
gonna do
authority.
when he hears what you did? Promote you, huh? Let it through, boys. Saving the world.
Forget something back in Meridian?
Look, Varl.
It doesn't matter. Made it just in time. So this tribe that Murad told us about, the Tenakth, we need their permission to go west?
Yeah, well, I figured it'd be nice if they weren't trying to kill me the whole time.
But this embassy hasn't started yet. We're just gonna barge in?
There's no more politics. No more delays.
Oh well. Now at least you have some backup.
I guess I do. We'll see how it goes.
See why people in this game don't like her very much.
That is the line between East and West. Cross it and die.
Hold on now. Let's take it easy.
None may walk this valley until our signal sounds. That was our accord with the Karja.
I'm not Karja. I came here on my own to ask for rite of passage.
But they opened the gate for you, did they not? What is the meaning of this violation?
Why send a child? Do they want to parley or not?
The Karja can't be trusted.
This is no.
Forget the Karja. This has nothing to do with them. I need to go west to save lives. Maybe even yours.
The only lives you can save are your own. By turning back. Now.
Hold! She's telling the truth about one thing. She's not Karja. She's a Nora from the Savage East. And if she seeks to save lives, should we not listen? Let me speak to her.
Isn't this guy supposed to be a prisoner?
I'm a marshal before he's taken away. A fearless, red-headed Nora. You must be the so-called savior of Meridian.
Just Aloy.
I am Unyielding Fashav, once of the Karja High Command, last of the army of the Setting Sun.
You're Fashav. Avad gave me a message for you. That he waits for you in Meridian, where you belong.
Avad always was polite. Well, now I'm even more curious about you knowing that you have the confidence of the Sun King. But such an association with the Karja could work against you here, as it often has with me. As you can see, tensions are high. This embassy is a delicate affair. They're about to return me to the Sundom, a gesture that might help soothe painful grievances. And now you arrive, unheralded.
I'm not here to cause trouble. I just need to go west.
So you say. I might be able to help.
But
I need to know why. Along with some assurance that I won't regret it.
I've never seen markings like those on a Karja before.
The Karja see ink as decoration. For the Tenakth, it is much more. A litany of deeds.
I mean,
a record of vanquished enemies.
Alright, let's have a prediction. Is she actually going to tell him why she needs to go west, or is she going to be all cryptic and shit and hope they
But I feel that my
listen
life,
to her?
like my markings, is only half complete. This side shows my martial deeds. Before I die, I'd like to see the other half marked with the laurels of peace.
How did you come to be among the Tenakth?
It's quite a story, but not a quick one. Though I suppose neither of us is going anywhere before the embassy begins.
It's far too important and high standing to give this peasant any deeds on where she's going. True.
I guess we have time.
Very well. I marched with Sun King Jiran's raiders when they came west, hoping to moderate their worst impulses. I failed, of course. They committed unspeakable atrocities.
What is this?
When the clans overran our forward encampment at Cinnabar Sands, I stayed behind to help the last stragglers evacuate, and was taken prisoner. I didn't make it easy for my captors, mind you. And they paid me back in kind on the journey to their capital. I lost so much blood on the way that I was white as a corpse when they threw me before Chief Hekaro.
You have received a
Dead
gift.
for sure, so I resorted to desperate measures.
Your friend Nem has given you a gift to the game Metal Hellsinger on Steam. Dear Ghost, in case you eventually decide to play this, kablam! Nem.
So when you met the Tenakth chief, you did something...
Thanks, Nem.
I kept my ears open as the Tenakth dragged me along, and I heard mutterings about a kind of trial by combat that they revere. So, when they flung me at Hekaro's feet, I demanded this rite, called the Kulrut, thinking that by winning I could...
I will probably play it at some point. We talked about it before.
The other Tenakth howled, but Hekaro stared them down, and then his gaze fell upon me. Evidently, he appreciated my ingenuity. He allowed me to participate in the Kulrut. Little did I know what I was in for.
You said the cool route is a Tenakth's trial by combat.
Yes. But it is no ordinary trial. It doesn't pit men against each other, at least not directly. Instead, the combatants fight machines in a great arena, and only the strongest survive. Believe me, it is no easy thing to stare down a charging machine while hundreds around you scream for blood.
I know more about that than you might think.
Do you? Well, then you have my respect. Like you, I lived through it to claim my prize. I had hopes for freedom, but well, that wasn't on offer. Only service to the chief.
You wound up serving the Tenakth chief.
The winners of the cool route must serve the chief as his marshals.
I have
mentioned
a
that
friend
word before.
request.
What does it mean?
The word itself refers to a kind of protective spirit from the ancient past.
No.
In practice,
For
marshals
some
are
reason this
called
said that I had a friend request
part magistrate,
in
part
Steam,
judge,
but I do not.
part executioner. I won my place among their ranks and served as honor demanded, but many Tenakths still spat on the ground when I walked by. But they did, until I started forcing
Kablam
them
on
to the ground
Cartoon
with
Network was
blood
the
on their
bomb.
faces in it.
I guess that's one way to
I
do
don't
it.
even know what that is.
As you may have
Must be
noticed,
Thrawn.
violence
Yeah, I
is
would think
the
so,
power of the
but not showing up.
One must master it. The truth is, though, the Karja speak it too. More than they should. I can't blame the Tenakth for hating them.
So then, are you still Karja?
Part of me, yes. Always. Yet there is much to admire about the Tenakth. Especially their chief.
So.
I've heard stories about what it was like before his reign. 3 clans always at war, constantly
Oh my god, the
slaying each other's
entire
foes.
season just in one YouTube
Karo and the
video.
marshals have crafted a delicate
Wow.
peace. And now it looks
The
like
hell? I've never seen this before.
who knows? Maybe that future will include cooperation with the Karja.
This looks awful.
The Karja talk about Hikaru as if he's a monster.
The Karja feel compelled to demonize him if only because he swept them from the field. It is true that he is fearsome. When I was first taken before him, I thought he would flay me alive. But he is no bloodthirsty tyrant like the Mad Sun King was. I think that if you were fortunate enough to meet him, as I was, you would find that he only wants the best for his people. I hope you do speak to him. I'm sure you'd interest him. So, that's my story. You're the first Easterner to hear it, but not the last. The Karja need to know what I have learned.
Yeah. The way you talk about the Tenakth is a lot different than how they do. Are you glad to be going back to Meridian?
Oh, I'll admit that I wouldn't mind sleeping in a feather bed or sipping wine from the southern vineyards. But I have another goal in mind. As someone who knows the Tenakth and the Karja, I'm in a unique position to advocate for both. If Sun King Avad is amenable, my hope is to establish a lasting peace.
The Tenakth don't seem that peaceful.
They're not, as a rule. But these are difficult times. Chief Hikaru knows that survival often requires change, even if that change means putting aside centuries of war.
You asked why I need rite of passage.
Is she gonna tell him?
I'll tell you, but you won't like my answer. 6 months ago, the world almost ended in Meridian. That threat still exists. It's getting worse every day, much worse.
Jeb, hello.
Calling down storms, poisoning the water, enraging the machines.
How you doing?
The source of it all has gone west, and I'm the only one who can stop it.
I've seen the signs, And I've heard tales of incredible occurrences in Meridian, an army of demons vanquished by a red-haired champion. So I'm inclined to believe you. The burden of your task is written across your face clearer than any mark of mine. I'll grant you this, to serve as proof of your right to travel into Tenakth lands. A task so important, and it's just the two of you. Take it from one who aspires to be a diplomat. Allies are essential. Chief Hekarro knows the West better.
I should try the Shantae game sometime. Great series. I've been thinking about it.
Intimidating to others.
I own one Shantae game, I think. And I think it's Pirate's Curse, maybe?
You can find him at his palace, past the mountains to the southwest.
But yeah, I enjoyed that enough to be like, yeah, I kind of want to play the rest.
Marshals. It wasn't easy, but I brought the Sky Clan with me.
And the commander?
No. I could only convince a few. He isn't yet aware we left.
We have banners from all 3 clans. If there are fewer from the Sky Clan, it can't be helped.
He's right. Sound the horn.
What's going on?
Not all Tenakth can stomach the idea of parley with the Carja, but enough have come for us to begin.
Then I'll be on my way.
No, the other marshals will not permit it. You wanted safe passage, you have it. After the embassy.
The Carja have opened the gates.
As the sun rises over a land at war, so too can it set over a land at peace. Today is such...
Hear me, marshals!
Oh, here we go.
You claim to be Tenakth.
Regalla. Chief Hekarro's biggest mistake. A rival whom he should have killed.
You have forgotten that our people were born in
You're shocked Madden is censored? What do you mean?
Instead, you pledge your spears to a chief who conspires with the enemy. Hekarro has betrayed us.
Oh, it isn't censored.
The embassy is proof. And all of you marshals are his accomplices. For this, I condemn you to death.
You'll need more than toothless threats to intimidate us. Exile.
Lancers, form up!
They're riding machines. Where'd they learn to do that?
Silence.
Vashav! Come with us now, or not at all!
Archers! Light them up!
Get to cover!
Get to cover, they say, as none of them take cover. The hell was that guy doing?
Archers! Keep them back!
has O.J. Simpson's records in it. I don't think anybody cares enough about O.J. Simpson anymore to censor Madden.
They're not gonna make it.
Open the gates! Open the gates!
Oh, not Studious Guy.
Kaja! Stand your ground! Fire at will!
I don't have a shot!
What happened? Can you see?
It's just us now.
Hey! Calm down and fight fair! Lancers! Take the center! Get ready!
All right.
To cover! Archers on the ridge! Here they come! Time to fight! Now! While they're missing their armor! Man down!
Oh, what the?
You fight without honor! Move in! Cut them all down!
Hiya! Mind, I'm looting this. I just have to beat the people, right? I don't actually have to... No, okay, I guess I could fight the charges. Only a couple, though. Oh, Jesus.
Just you and me now, Varl.
We've survived worse.
Me all of your stuff. Do you want to throw me some more arrows so I don't have to craft them? No? Okay. Wait, what am I getting hit by? Oh, this guy. Now who am I getting hit by? Who am I? There's a fucking invisible guy here. What the fuck? No wonder I couldn't tell who I was getting hit by.
I can keep going.
Fucking great game. Okay, no.
Enough! You, Outlanders! I'll skin you both!
Chief, grant me the honor of this challenge.
Granted.
Varl takes one kick to the chest.
You're next, girl.
I've never seen a shield like that. Better scan it. I can break through his shield if I damage it enough. We've got to get through that shield.
You're as empty and weak as Chifataro's word.
Whoa.
Give it up! There! Now's my chance!
Oh, that is really big damage on that resonator stuff. Oh, damn. He still had like a third of his health bar left.
Your turn! Come down here and face me!
No! It was an honorable challenge. You've earned your life today. Comrades! Mark this day! Today you have decimated the Marshals! Slaughtered the Karja! So begins our war on Ikaro. Move out!
Like they actually lived?
Get him to the camp. Now.
You gonna make it?
You're going on without me, aren't you? Guess I'm stuck with Aaron. For now.
Come on. I'll take you back to the fort.
What is this?
I got you.
What a weird thing for somebody to post on Twitter.
It's salvage time, boys.
Actually, it's expected at this point, I guess.
I don't think it can take a hit. I should be able to use it to glide.
Aloy.
I guess he's the commander of the camp now.
We're still trying to sort out this mess. Seems like the Tenakth have a civil war in their hands.
That sounds about right. The marshals weren't expecting Regalla to attack.
And the entire Carja delegation was slain. Nozar, Vuadis, Vishav. A massacre. What will you do now?
I have to head west. Hopefully this rite of passage is still good. For what I'm after, I'll cross all of Tenakth territory if I have to.
Then you have a long road ahead of you. This is only the threshold of the Forbidden West. The Tenakth's true domain lies over the mountains that border Plainsong, home of the Utaru tribe.
This isn't Tenakth territory?
All that out there? That's no man's land. It was supposed to be neutral ground, though obviously this Regalla ignored that. Her rebels approached from the north, with all those machines they were riding. They must have made camp up that way.
The rebels were riding bristlebacks. And there were bristlebacks in the Daunt.
Are you saying the rebels let them into the Daunt? How would that even be possible?
I don't know. But it's worth looking into.
While you're at it, there were a number of Carja and Oseram who went out there before the gates were shut for the embassy. Maybe you could check in on them. See if they're all right.
I can keep an eye out. Is there a tall neck somewhere nearby?
A tall neck? There's that one, over there, near the Utaru border. But why?
It's hard to explain. It'll help me get the lay of the land.
If you say so. Is there anything else I can tell you before you go?
2:21 a.m. Gonna go crash. Alright, Frost, I'll see you later.
You said
Have
the
a good
Tenakth
night.
lands are far to the west. What can I expect to find between here and there?
Well, as I mentioned, you've got a stretch of wilderness known as No Man's Land, and then New Utaru farmlands. Past that are the Tenakth. Their territory is split into 3 clans: Desert, Lowland, and Sky.
Right. I saw their banners at the embassy.
The Desert clan is closest. Ooh, vicious lot. Where everyone else sees an inhospitable wasteland, they see a challenge to dominate. Somewhere beyond the desert is the tribe's capital and the territories of the other 2 clans.
You don't sound certain.
I've only heard the stories. During the Red Raids, the Carja army tried to push into Tenakth territory, but the United Clans rose up against them, forced them all the way back to the Daunt.
So no one except the Tenakth really know what's beyond the desert.
Maybe the scholars do, back in Meridian. All those scrolls have to be filled with something, right?
You mentioned the Utaru tribe. Their lands are between here and the Tanakh further west?
That's right. Plainsong is their home. They're a peaceful bunch, at least compared to the Tanakh. More taken to farming than fighting.
It's hard to imagine a bunch of farmers surviving in the
Make no mistake, they have a fierceness all their own. When the Karja were pushed back during the Red Raids, their warriors chased ours through the burning fields of Plainsong. The Sun King has made several overtures of peace to them as well, but so far, they've declined.
I slept nearly 12 hours. How am I still tired?
I heard they have their own troubles to deal with. Something about a food shortage. You'd think that'd make them open to trade, but no. They just want to be left alone.
This area is no man's land.
That it is. The Tanakh used to attack anyone past Barren Light on sight, but after Avad overthrew the Mad Sun King, he reached out to the other tribes to offer reconciliation. The Tanakh agreed to a neutral border zone as part of the peace talks. Karja and Oseram have been striking out into the area ever since.
But now, it seems like Regala and her rebel army have moved in.
Well, I'd never call no man's land safe, even in the best of times. The ancient ruins of the Southwest are a testament to that. Remnants of some forgotten war.
You said there were others who went out when the gates were open before. Like who?
Well, in addition to the salvagers that just went through, there were a couple of other parties of Oseram Delvers. Even saw 2 Karja scholars trekking southwest with an Oseram crew. Not sure if they're exceptionally brave or just foolhardy.
Fashav called Regala a rival. Someone that Tanakh chief should have killed.
Yeah, I reckon he should have. She's obviously a huge threat. Her attack was coordinated and precise. Until you got in her way, that is.
They knew the lay of the land. And they knew Fashav was going to be handed over at the embassy. If the Tanakh weren't expecting her, she must have spent months gathering an army in secret.
They had to have made camp nearby. Somewhere they could lie low until the perfect moment to strike.
About Fashav.
The man was taken captive by the Tanakh. Survived for years out in the West, only to die just short of the Sundom. It's a cruel end for a good soldier.
There was more he wanted to do. He spoke of advocating for lasting peace between the Karja and Tanakh.
Too late for that now.
What will happen to him?
His body will be carried back to Meridian. As a cousin of the Sun King, he will be accorded official rights and buried with honor. No soldier could ask for more.
It's too bad about Nazar and Wadis.
At least Nozar went down fighting. As for the Sun Priest, well, no one deserves to go out that way. I'll make sure they're given proper funeral rites. It's the least I can do.
Do you think the Karja will take action against Regala? Seems like you'd have common ground with the Tanakh.
An expedition of the Karja army into the west could be taken at the start of another invasion. Sun King Avad won't risk it. That said, we can't allow ourselves to be caught unaware by an attack like that again.
And it's time to
I
go.
need to be on my way.
Then I wish you luck. The gates will always be open to you should you wish to return. And don't worry about your friends. We'll get them patched up.
I appreciate it.
Sun watch over you, Aloy. I hope you find what you're looking for.
I attended the embassy. It didn't go well. Recover health when using silent strikes. Silent strikes do more damage. Smoke bomb capacity. Can I talk about stuff that has been going on with my life? Like about something I've been going through? I mean, if you want. Hold square while in the air to glide. Tap circle to stop gliding. Rebel camp. Shadow of the West. Horned lizard bone. Goose feather. It's kind of sad, you said?
I can grab this from my stash later.
I don't particularly mind, I guess.
So, this is the Forbidden West. A whole new frontier to explore. The coordinates from the spires should lead to Silence and Hades. And just maybe, a backup of Gaia. It won't be easy out there. The Blight, the Storms, Regalla's machine riders. But I'll have to push through it all. Find a way to fix the world. Like Elizabeth would.
Fix the world.
The woman who led the ambush, Regalla, had a lot of machines under her command. There's only one other person who has that kind of knowledge. Silence. But what's his angle? Why help to knock the rebels?
Oh, there's actually a lot of stuff to loot. Alright, nobody tell Oxy that I killed another fox.
Good spot to test the shield wing. Why climb down when I can glide?
Yeah, I think we just want to go straight to the camp. I can't stop coughing. I've got something stuck. want to go like over there.
It worked. Well, okay. Guess I can leap off just about it. This must be the salvagers I met in Barren Light. Looks like something's going on.
You really think you can do that?
Farouk, come on. You know me. Have I ever given you any...
There we go. I wanted to say is that when I started college about 4 years ago, I was at a college path away from home. I lived alone and had privacy and had to take care of my own life. I managed to make loads of friends and was the #1 of the grades there. Oh, that's cool.
What the Tenakth did back at the embassy. But
Everyone looked up to me, and I made and I felt I was important to them.
Salvage operation.
As I helped everyone out with their difficulties adapting to college and studying and whatnot. But for the first time in my life, I was the protagonist of my life.
The West has been, well,
Not only mine, but other people's too.
dangerous. But what if I told you we could make
Right.
an armor so tough, so infallible, that you'd never have to worry about survival out here again?
I'd be curious to take a look at it.
Of course you would. And that's why I've asked my most talented salvagers to find what they need to make that armor. Each of them will present their work to me. The best protection will go on sale to hunters, just like you.
Lucky me.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to back in Chainscrape. Larend can take care of you while I'm gone. Can't wait to see what you come up with, my boy.
Leave it to me. It'll blow all the others out of the forge. You have got to help me.
What are you talking about?
The armor. I made a dozen versions of it, but none of them were good enough. And there are other crews further west. If they make better armor than mine, I can kiss that keg full of shards goodbye.
So you get a prize if Karif picks your armor?
A big one. And I finally have the perfect design. I just need the right parts, and fast. So maybe you'd be willing to pick up a contract and get them for me?
What would I be looking for?
Shell walker containers. Their plating's made to withstand a lot of damage. It'll make the perfect armor. I know it.
I think I can handle that.
Ah, thank the forge. All right. We scouted out a herd near here. Here's the contract. It'll tell you everything you need to know. You take the machines down. My people will pick up the containers.
I'll give this a closer look later. Thanks.
Sure.
Counting on you, Aloy.
Later that year, I fell into a deep depression because my first love broke up with me and I isolated myself, missing classes, removing myself from those people's lives. I didn't go to college anymore, I didn't take showers, didn't eat for days, became really thin. Since then, I changed college to one near my home. Ever since then, I never felt like I was important anymore. I didn't make my own choices, like I was back to being in school. Okay. know what to do now. You don't feel drive to do anything. Anything that pushes you is tabletop RPGs, being a dungeon master that makes you feel special. I guess the social side of it also helps. Okay, where is this? Okay, that's the main quest. You think it's just superficial? Well, unfortunately.
Depends. It might be where Regala's keeping her machines. I need to find a way to get in there. I could scan the area to see what I'm up against. And tag any rebels or machines in my focus to keep track of them. Shock ammo could help.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't really have any answers for you, because I'm in much of a similar situation than you are, except you're way more social than I am. I don't have any sort of motivation to fix my life, I guess. I can't really help you with that, unfortunately. I wish I had those answers myself, but
They may pay for this.
I see her! We're under attack!
ah, what the hell?
See her? Because I don't. Target the outlet! Reveal her!
across.
What was I gonna say? You stream in the same way I use tabletop RPGs. Essentially, yeah.
Wheel. I control the bridge. I should take a look.
I don't know. Things are a little bit more complicated now than they used to be. Because things used to be easy. Right? But things aren't quite as easy anymore. I don't look at streaming the same way as I used to. So I think I may have mentioned this before, but I used to use streaming to, you know, cope with my depression and my anxiety and stuff like that. And then I didn't, because it I basically yeah, I don't know. It's hard to explain without going into like a lot of detail about all of that shit, and I don't really want to. But
that's one half of the
yeah,
bridge. How to drop the other side?
I used to use streaming as a coping mechanism for my depression and my anxiety and stuff like that. And I had been going through... Oh, what the hell? I have to go at that from another side? Yeah, I had been unhappy for a long time. And my depression had been a thing for... It's been a thing for like 20 years.
Careful not to let this stain my hands.
So I'd been going through depression for about 20 years. And I was using streaming for that.
There. Bridge is down.
And then I met Rivy, right? And realized that I didn't really need streaming anymore. So I cared less about streaming than I did before. But it turns out that all I had done was replaced my streaming coping mechanism with her. And then when that wasn't a thing anymore, I still cared less about streaming. So I guess the problem I have now is that I don't really have a coping mechanism for my depression anymore. Which I guess is why it's gotten worse over the past couple of months. And I mean, and by worse, I mean like a lot worse. Probably worse than it's ever been. I really wish I had bought some fast travel packs from the shops when I had the chance. Ugh. It's so annoying.
Now, how to get back out.
The thing is, when it comes to this stuff, like, I don't really have anyone to blame but myself. It's all my fault that things have turned out the way they have. So... yeah, it makes it a little bit worse, I guess. Oh, I can just climb over that. I was like, wait, it's not going to let me through there, is it?
Looks like the rebels have a camp in addition to those machine pens. I should see what they're up to. They've got riders patrolling the area. Be careful.
Can I even silent strike this?
Could use shock ammo against that machine. I've been spotted.
Well, I've sort of been spotted. In the sense that the guy I just killed saw me for a split second, I guess. Or I saw the arrow coming towards him.
Hey, stay alert.
They closed the gates. There's gotta be another way in.
What the fuck?
Hey, you okay?
Are you okay with 3 arrows in your head?
Maybe I can use it to get in.
do that. Now I'm itching for a scuffle. Pretty sure she's back. Careful now.
Can't quite figure out how I'm supposed to get in there. She said something about something.
I can climb the wall there. Maybe find a way into the camp.
There's no one here.
My mistake. Thought I saw something. She's out there. No sign of her here. You're in for it now.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's San. Hello.
You, come on. You ran once, not again. You'll pay for that. Ah!
Oh, there's a guy over there. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, 300 damage. Oh my god. Where are you? Okay, you're over there. We got somebody over there. Okay, that's not hitting anything. Anyway, might be an awkward moment to drop in. Nah, you're fine. Popped in the stream because I noticed you playing Horizon. Really took me back to when I first entered your stream. Sorry, I had to go through everything you just told. Ah, it's all good. It is what it is. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Yeah.
I should have known.
Not really much I can do about it, so just gotta live with it, you know. I'm still kind of I have nothing to base it on, but I'm still kind of somewhat in a mindset of maybe things will work out. But I think I just need to get a bit better at dealing with this kind of stuff. I've kind of been neglecting certain people in my life that I probably shouldn't. In terms of the game, the game's pretty much much of the same one, the first one. It's basically just the first game, but slightly more stuff.
Loyal to Noct, hear me. I was told a soldier from this camp goaded one of the sons of Prometheus into an altercation. You would do well to remember that our allies are responsible for providing the machines that we shall ride to glory. The next fool who interferes with them will be eviscerated and left in the desert for carrion.
Oh, do you not have?
Be no second warning.
Do you not have a PS5?
Yeah, that should prevent your people from butting heads with mine. You have my thanks, Regalla. May our pact lead to victory.
So Regalla's not working alone. These sons of Prometheus gave her the ability to override machines. The map of the Daunt.
Did buy a gaming PC though, way better than the old laptop. Hey, nice.
Looks like they were trying to stock up on Blaze. Enough to blow up something big. They're gonna blow up Barren Light. Not a hole big enough to fit an entire army. So Regalla plans on invading the Sundom. At least with... It's an army big enough to do it. I have to get rid of that Blaze.
Now I need to find the Blaze. Is that it?
Blaze. They're just a short ride from the Carja border. There's enough here to take out half of Barren Light. Unless I blow it up first. I need to blow up that Blaze for Barren Light's sake.
What have you
Prisoner. Oseram, I think.
What have you been playing then on your fancy gaming PC?
Hey, I'm here to help. Stay low and follow my lead.
You got it.
Hopefully the Rams won't handle this place now. I could deal with the rest of them now, or head out. Either way, my job is done here.
Eastern Lie completed. Guess we'll go over there. So, Planet Zoo. Some style GTA 5.
I should keep an eye out for more of these rebel groups. Stop them from stirring up trouble. I need to find out more about these sons of Prometheus. Stop them from helping the rebels slaughter their own people. Not to mention the Karja.
For the Hunter Call of the Wild. The Hunter Call of the Wild. I've heard of that one. Oh wait, I might have done actually. Oh, there it is. I've been gaming mostly on Switch lately. Oh, yeah. What have you been playing on Switch?
I'm still getting a signal from my focus. Tomek. If I override it, I can get data on the surrounding area.
Alright, where is this Tomek? There it is.
Looks like a satellite dish. If I can climb it, I should be able to reach that tall neck easily enough. The machine could swoop down on me if I'm not careful. I must be playing somewhere. On top of old salad dishes.
Oh no. Oh, come on.
Down it goes. What is that? A power generator?
God damn it. Oh, what the hell? Recently Pokemon Violet, also Fire Emblem Three Houses, Pokemon Legends, Arceus. We got on Splatoon 3 recently. Yeah, I played Pokemon Legends. I I played Fire Emblem a while ago, about a year ago, I think I want to say. Just got done playing Pokemon Violet, actually. What, even in the tall grass, that doesn't stop this thing from finding them, really? Yeah, just got done with that. Never really got into Splatoon. Splatoon was never really my thing.
What is that? A power generator?
I think not playing Splatoon though mostly comes down to me not really playing multiplayer games solo. I just can't really do it.
Console. No power though.
Oh, why? Why did you do that?
Can't climb any higher, but this thing can rotate. If I can figure out a way to turn the power back on, I might be able to move things around and find a way up.
Oh no. What are you doing? What the f— Is that thing just trapped inside there now? And I'm not going to be able to keep going. Quickly now, quickly now.
Power cell. Disconnected from the main power. This should get that generator below the dish going. This must have generated power at some point. It's dead now. Power's back. I should check that console I found earlier. Let's see what this thing does.
What is this doing?
Error. Dish alignment incomplete. Motor function impeded.
Shear's jammed. I'm still not high enough to reach the Tolmec. I'm entangled with Dish. Let me climb higher.
Oh, what the? Come on. Oh, what the? It's inside the satellite.
Okay, better.
I don't take the battery back out. Don't do anything with that. Pretty sure I'm just supposed to climb back up. Can you stop falling into the fucking dish? Alright. You know what, Sand? I changed my mind. This game fucking sucks. Do I maybe have to... Well, I mean, I guess technically I can do both, but that thing is just so annoying to kill that it's not even worth it.
I should be able to get to that Tolmec now. Just gotta find the right spot. Looks like I'm ready to glide onto the Tolmec. Just gotta time it. There we go. Time to override the gate.
First Tolmec. Done. Oh my god, it overrode so much of the map. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Jesus. Why is it all still like slightly grayed out? Yeah, the map is I don't know if I would I don't know if the map is bigger or not. I think it might be roughly the same size. Oh, there's a cauldron over there. Nice of the game to show me that. Yeah, I think it's roughly the same size. It's just a different shape. I'm just gonna go grab all of the I'm just gonna go get all the tool necks, I think. Strong arm hunter bow. How do I compare the damage? 2860, 1525. Oh, I have fully upgraded this one though. Oh, this one does acid though. Yeah, I might want to keep hold of that then.
One of the Utaru land gods. What's it doing here?
A what? An Utaru land god. Oh, that's why it's grayed out, because it shows me where I've been. Okay, this thing is way further away than I thought it was going to be. I was just like, oh yeah, I'll just go grab all of the tool necks. But turns out it's a lot further away than I thought it was going to be. All right, let's not do that then. Okay, Plainsong is where I want to go because I want to grab some fast travel kits. Some wildlife. A bird.
Refill my pouch with these later.
it's a thing I can't do anything with. Oh no, the blight. Wait, what's still coming after me? Why can't I use this? Wait, what's going on? Hello? Game? Let me use this. What is happening? Seriously, why can't I use this camp? Okay, there's no yellow marker showing up now. So I should now. Aha! Okay, we're gonna travel all the way back here. Ah.
Back on the payroll. We got a Nora to thank for it.
Hey there, flame hair. So what's new, Aloy machine hunter?
How are the refugees doing?
They keep to themselves mostly, but they have food and shelter. Some even found work around town. Good thinking, giving them that Stormbird heart.
I'm glad it helped. I hope they can get back on their feet.
I'll keep checking up on them.
Then they'll be just fine.
Oh, she is the one that gave me the quest to begin with.
Nah, he's still nursing his pride over at his shop. I've seen Karja fuss pots made of tougher stuff than that brittle bolt. Anyway, he knows if he messes with the Shadow Karja, he messes with me.
So the bristlebacks and the Daunt.
You're a pig. Blasted things, those bristlebacks. They just showed up one day, rampaging around the valley like they exploded out of a forge. Lost some good people. But bless the bellows, you cleared them out and got this place working again. That put a dent in Ulvin's plans. Now, if only there was some way to smash them all together and run them out of town.
But how could Bristlebacks and the Daunt help Ulvund?
2 words. Concession decree. Since no one knows where the Bristlebacks came from, Ulvund has taken to blaming the Karja for him. He's hoping to dig up enough old resentments to get a strike going until the concession's signed. This is just his latest attempt. He's been trying to rile up the workers since the day he rolled into town.
About that. The Bristlebacks came out of Ulvund's old mine.
Fading Forge, are you sure?
Yeah. All his blasting caused a sinkhole in the tunnels. Bristlebacks came barreling through from the west.
Well, I'll bet the Magistrate would be mighty interested to know about that.
Well, I have to be going. Thanks for the drink, Petra. I'm glad I stopped by.
Anytime, Flamehair.
No one wants to play Machine Strike with you.
So, you've returned from the west. Any luck?
The Bristlebacks were being penned by Tenakth rebels on the other side of the mountains. Ulvund's explosives opened up a sinkhole, dropping them into the tunnels.
Which they followed to the mine and out into the Daunt.
Right. Aside from the rebels, if anyone is to blame for the Bristlebacks, it's Ulvund.
Radiant beams of the sun. And all this time he was pointing the finger at us. Bring Ulvund here. Petra, too.
Okay.
Summoned like a blasted ale winch. You best be meaning to put pen to parch. What? Why is she here?
I live here too, lugnut. So what's this about?
Thanks to the Savior, the sun has shown the truth on the Bristleback incursion. Tenakth rebels were keeping pens of machines on the other side of the mountains. A sinkhole swallowed them, releasing them into the underground tunnels that led east and out into the Daunt.
So it was an accident. But let us not forget that it was the Karja.
I'm not done. The sinkhole only formed due to your unauthorized blasting in the southern mine, Ulvund. You are responsible for the machine rampage, the workers we lost, the destruction the Bristlebacks caused. All of it.
My dear Magistrate, has your precious son baked your senses? I would never give such an order without first consulting you.
Evidence says otherwise. Aloy found the shipping manifest in the mine. You skirted the laws of the sun.
Yeah, that's right.
All for a few extra shards.
And you almost drowned your other miners, and sent that oversized tool over there to intimidate a bunch of refugees.
I demand an official investigation. I won't be the victim of some Karja scheme.
Certainly. We'll conduct a thorough inquest into everything. The Bristlebacks, the mine, the refugees. Every business deal you ever put your name to.
Well, that's not necessary, is it? What if I just return to the claim?
Oh, well, that would save the crown the cost.
Of course. I'll be on my way as soon as I wrap up some previous commitments, tie up some loose ends. After all, the welfare of Chainscrape's people in a transition like
Nope,
this...
you're leaving right now. Chainscrape will be just fine.
You think she can run this scorched-out forge dump? Ha! Knock yourself out.
Get out!
Oh, don't want you, don't need you.
Oh, get out of here.
Mud looks good on you, Ulvund.
As the sun burns away shadow. Thank you for that, Aloy.
Well, he had it coming.
Here, please accept this token of gratitude. You've done the Sundom and my sanity a great service. And I believe we have some matters to discuss.
Guess we do. Not the most pleasant boots to fill, but I'll wear them. All thanks to you, Flamehair.
What did I get? Obtained Nora Champion.
Chain scrape will be better.
Which is what exactly? New outfit. Stealth ranged plus concentration plus. Ah, but this one looks cool. Place more traps and tripwires on the field at the same time. Recover more and higher quality resources when deconstructing traps and tripwires. Deconstruct a trap or tripwire, approach it carefully and try. What about this one? Increase your concentration limit. Deal more range damage while it's stealth. That's annoying, but I think I'm going to have to go for this one.
We're off with Petra in charge.
Looks like Alden's gone for good. Never thought I'd see the pit.
About time he went crawling back.
Here, you're the rowdy spark we should be thanking for kicking Olvin out of the forge.
That's me.
Petra mentioned you were trouble. And trouble's all.
Have you still not fixed your lucky hammer?
Take a look. Won't find weapons like these anywhere in the dawn. Guaranteed.
You should really get on that. Alright, fast travel packs. Let's buy a load of these. Well, I've got lots of money, so let's buy like 20.
See you when I see you, Red.
Maybe this guy will fix my lucky hammer by then.
Yeah, your lucky hammer is never getting fixed. Alright, go back over here. I just want to hurry up and get some tear arrows, really. Can't do that. Blocked path. Complete that, complete that.
Wings holding up?
Tofu. How you doing? How are things in the wonderful world of spicy vegetable tofu? another thing that I can't quite do yet. Alright, we can come back to that chest.
Always good to have extra.
What is going on over here?
Tenakth rebels. They're trying to corner those outside. Must have been a huge battle. The other ones. They gave everything they had to slow down the Pharaoh's war.
Stole their kill.
To buy Zero Dawn time.
Hey you! Flame hair! Come here and let me thank you proper.
Thanks.
If it isn't the hero of the
You
day,
played Disco
just
Elysium,
by when you did.
and you tried to knock out a big bodyguard 3 or 4 times, and he ended up killing you.
I was hoping to get back to Barren Light by the time they opened the gates, you know?
Oh, I
after
see.
that embassy of theirs.
Is that the big bodyguard
Just now,
at the top of the ramp in the docks? Or is this a different big bodyguard?
it's not like No Man's Land was safe to begin with. But I didn't think I'd have to worry about the Tenakth in neutral territory. And now, they're riding machines.
If you were headed back to Barren Light, why did you stop here?
We ran across some ruins nearby. Thought we'd take a gander.
Yeah.
Salvage.
I think there's a chest behind him, which is why I kept trying to
Can't get through the stuff.
get past him.
So we ended up making camp here. First thing tomorrow, though, we head straight to Barren Light. Should probably send a message to our crew down at Jagged Deep about all this too.
How are you liking it though? Are you enjoying the
It's a
game?
dig site by this big lake down south. Old world scrap everywhere.
You've been trying to make a mod work for an hour?
And that's my cue.
What mod and why isn't it working?
Thanks for helping us out. Maybe I'll get into more trouble and see you around.
Well, let's hope not.
You died and stopped playing. Yeah, that sounds about right.
An old world ruin. I wonder what's inside. Okay, let's see what we can find around here.
Okay, that's locked.
Perfect. Keep this green shine for later.
Oh, I meant to use the workbench. No, it's in that other area.
Looks like this door's locked. Maybe there's another way in.
Oh, I just remembered something. My brother's coming to visit today. Except it's the one that hates me. I want to try Starfield. It's not coming out for ages, though. There's no way they spend all that time on it for it to suck. Do you remember a little game called Duke Nukem Forever? Duke Nukem Forever was in development for, I want to say, like 13 years, something like that. It was not good, apparently.
All right, I'm in. Looks like this thing needs power. This could be useful. There's some kind of device here. Well, I'm not getting up there that easily. I gotta find something that can help.
Oh, there's a chest.
Okay, let's get this crate out of there. It's stuck. Can't pull it from here.
Hold on a second. You read the Kotaku article on it? We're doomed. I don't read. Are you playing Disco? Yeah, Disco Elysium is pretty much all reading. We eat a lot of vegan food? Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why? Do you eat a lot of vegan food, dear?
Some kind of lock for the door. Looks like it needs power.
Okay, what's the point of this?
A relic. Wonder how I can get in there to get it. Red crystals growing on the wall. I don't think there's anything I can do about them.
My girlfriend made this mushroom walnut mix for Thanksgiving because her daughter is vegan. They both didn't like it and said it tastes like dirt. So you've been eating this pan of dirt food for the last few days. You're a human garbage disposal. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's figure out how to destroy the red crystals. I can literally do it by doing the current main quest. So we're gonna go do that.
Well, without a way to get through those red crystals, there's not much I can do. I better move on for now.
Liver and pig blood pudding you can't stomach. Oh, I see.
Keep this for a cook.
You should try a little Scottish dish called haggis. I think you'd love it. I don't think I can trust a man's opinion on whether liver is good or not. I don't know if I can trust it based on whether they like mushrooms or not. Seeing this dude visiting tribes in Africa and trying their food once he drank bile from a goat. I don't think I could handle it. I'd like to have blood pudding before bed every weekend. Wait, really? Haggis is... Oh, I can't even remember what haggis is. It's like sheep's stomach inside a sheep intestine or something. Haggis is a savory pudding, apparently, containing sheep's pluck, which is the heart, liver, and lungs. It's minced with onion, oatmeal, suet, spices, and salt, mixed with stock and cooked while traditionally encased in the animal's stomach. Okay, so it's minced heart, liver, and lungs of a sheep, and it's cooked inside the stomach. Yeah, mushrooms are good. I love mushrooms. It's Nem that doesn't like mushrooms, I'm pretty sure. Which means that his opinion on liver is irrelevant. Did I go all the way the wrong way around? Wait.
You are a guest in our lands. Please act accordingly.
From one hunter to another.
Am I not allowed in?
An outlander. Unusual. But we could use a bit of that around here.
Not even allowed in. Alright, fine. Screw you then. I don't even want to come in.
Pretty sure that's the passage Laren's contract mentioned. Shellwalkers use this passage regularly, and Laren wants their plating. I just need to wait them out at his camp. Might be a good idea to place some traps on the road first. Catch the convoy by surprise.
Place some traps on the road.
Should help. I should rest up. Wait for the convoy.
Maybe that was a bit too close to each other. Blue egg? Absolutely not.
It's here.
I would not touch that at all.
Laren's contract said they'd set up traps along the passage. Might as well use them.
Oh, here they come. Wait, is that even it? No.
I could use fire against it.
It appears as though my two electric traps, my two explosive traps rather, got exploded by some rocks. You don't like heights? Now that explains a lot.
There's only one Shellwalker with them. I should salvage what I can and leave the plating for Laren's crew. That's plenty of salvage for me.
Boom. EZ. All right. Now we want to go over here. So are you one of those people, Tofu, that's like, oh, I'll try anything once, even if it looks disgusting or whatever? You're just like, nah, yeah, I'll just try anything once. Edit weaves. Purge water defense, frost defense, melee defense. I don't know, we'll just go range defense and melee defense, I guess. Actually, Fear Factor challenge for me would be: here's a room with 20 beautiful women. Your goal is to get a phone number from one of them. Would you not be able to do that? You cry. Nah. I reckon you do alright. Just gotta have more faith in yourself, you know?
Looks like I'm close to the locator beacon that my focus detected.
This is Transport 95 Yankee. We are switching to the new bearing and we'll... Down there! In the city! No, it can't be. Projections put them 200 miles out. Well, they're here now. Quickly, bring us around them. We have to...
They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And they paid the price.
Rebel outpost. No.
They were trying to survive. This Pharaoh's machine swept the planet of life. All those people lost to one man's ego. There's another locator beacon on the same frequency. It looks like the coordinates Silence gave me match that wreckage. Did he install Hades on another Titan?
To be fair, you probably could text that to Nem at 3 AM, because he'd probably be awake at that time. Because you're, what, 6 hours behind?
This is it. Location of the coordinates I scanned from the spire. A workshop underneath a dead forest titan. Just the kind of place Silence would slink away to. But what was he doing here?
Poor Hades. So cramped in there.
Oh, I thought that would keep playing.
Some kind of log, most of it's redacted. It looks like Silence put a lot of work into forcing Hades to talk. That device is blinking. I guess Silence wants me to check it out.
Aloy,
Like fucking who actually DMs you at 3 AM? Let me have a look. When's the last time a caller sent me a message?
I've detached the processing orb from the Titan.
He sent me one at 9:57 yesterday, 8:44 the day before.
Cooperative. Tell her what we discussed.
When's the last time he sent me one at a ridiculous time?
Life.
Oh, he sent me a message at 3:29 on the 7th of November.
Back to that, are you? Perhaps you need a
3:29 AM.
So you see, Aloy, Gaia can be safe.
1:52 AM.
As for where to find a backup, well, you'll need to trot along after me to find out.
Yeah.
He thinks he's got it all.
Apparently Falco wants to play Dark Tide as well.
I guess there's only one way to find out where he moved the orb. Falling gently. I better see where this trail leads.
Does Aquila do night shifts? No, not as far as I know. He doesn't have a job as far as I know. I thought that was part of what I was doing, but I guess not. I think he's a CIA agent. As far as I know, the CIA doesn't hire anybody that dumb.
So here I am, following along after Silence like a fool. After he tricked me by rigging his lance to steal Hades. A crazy AI that wants to kill everything. He couldn't just let me do the same thing and destroy it? And now I'm gonna have to put up with more of his self-righteous bull. Should save my plasma ammo. Use something else.
Weak versus fire. Okay, that's not what I expected to happen. I expected it to go where I was aiming. Easy now. Oh, you're gonna play Morrowind? Where is this game taking me?
Silence must be pretty confident he's found a backup of Gaia, but how? Every place I've checked, every lead, they've all been dead ends. All backups purged. So what did Hades tell him? A merchant. Didn't expect to see anyone else out here.
Oh there! What's Honora doing this far west?
Hello there.
No matter. I can get you
Frost Hunter bow. Wardfire Tripcaster. Slicing Shredder Gauntlet? What the hell is that? Bristleback Tusk. Ooh.
up for the wild.
I did just get a new weapon. So what is this? Let's put this here. Interesting.
Steel to my soul, my wares are the finest.
Pouch is full, but my pack has room. Looks like the trail goes into the hillside. Goes. I guess Silence used that machine to haul his prize. That must be the orb Silence stuck Hades in. And that door. Looks like a Pharaoh facility. Or a Zero Dawn. Come on, Hades. You still in there? Is that you?
System threat detected.
You don't look so good.
You are the Aloy. Come to destroy me.
Yes. Permanently this time. Even like this, you're a threat to Gaia. Once I resurrect her.
So you have not yet secured Gaia back up. Then Gaia is dead. Earth and you too. Despite malfunctions.
Why does Aloy whisper to everyone she talks to?
Sylens asked you where to find a backup of Gaia.
Data error. Memory structures disintegrated.
Right. Because that would have been easy. What did Sylens do to you, Hades? It's like you've been hollowed out.
Silence interrogated me.
And what did you tell him?
Data error. Memory structures disintegrated.
You don't remember any of it?
I remember you.
What, like me beating you at the Spire? Okay, that's not going anywhere. Do you know where Sylens went?
No. He departed 12.8 days ago. Perhaps he... Data error. Behavior prediction structures disintegrated.
So you don't know anything more than I do. Great. Do you know why Sylens dragged you to these ruins?
Silence intended you find me here.
Obviously. But why? What was this place?
Location is square. Data error.
I need to see if I can find a cheap version of Dark Tide if Falco wants to play this Dark Tide game.
But you... I guess I'll find out when I go inside.
I don't know if I can afford $32.99 right now. Not a humble bundle. On there.
When the mysterious signal transformed you, it made Gaia's other supporting
Oh
functions
wow!
conscious too. You
A
escaped when
whole
Gaia destroyed the system, and so did they.
$31.99.
Where did they go?
Each function migrated to coordinates based on data error. Memory structures disintegrated.
Bunch of crazed AIs, scattered who knows where, doing who knows what. Hephaestus kills thousands every year with the combat machines it keeps making. And you nearly ended the world. 7 more functions out there, cooking up trouble.
Oh, Harvey, hello.
He thought.
You are unhappy. Good.
Anyone ever tell you you've got a great personality, Hades?
Sarcasm detected.
Yeah, didn't think so.
I've never been a massive fan of Ace Ventura. But I think that might mostly come down to me not being a massive fan
The one that woke you, gave you
of Jim
consciousness.
Carrey in the
Who
first
sent
place.
it?
Signal transmitted by masters.
And who are they?
Masters woke me to destroy earthly life.
I think I've liked like one movie that he's made, and that's it. Yeah, I'm just not a massive Jim Carrey fan, really.
Enough. It's time to finish this.
Does Aloy still think she can restore Gaia, save life on Earth?
Yeah, Aloy does.
Then you are deluded. Extinction inevitable.
What would you know, Hades? Twice you tried to destroy life on Earth, and twice you failed. The only extinction you ever brought about is your own. And there's no tricked-out lands to save you this time.
You are incorrect. 3 times. Hades extinction.
What? You remember this?
Yes. Data intact. Non-viable biospheres aborted in years 254, 2161, 2168.
So? That's centuries ago. It's what you were designed to do.
Biosphere is version 5. There will be no version 6.
There won't need to be. I'm saving this one.
Master override armed. To activate, state name and rank.
Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Bridging extinction protocol.
Going to the movies is more of a chore nowadays. Yeah, 80% of the time, the other people in the movies have no respect for others, so they'll be on their phones or taking pictures. Yeah.
Aloy, I see you've dealt with Hades.
Yeah. Think maybe you can stay dead this time?
It will. You can trust.
Trust?
Yes. Trust. As in, since I did what you could never do, and extracted all of Hades' priceless knowledge, you can trust that I was willing to actually let you destroy it this time.
So back to holograms instead of face-to-face? What, afraid I'd stab you or something?
There's a reason
And using the same spyware. I see, so all those times I called, you could have just answered? But I guess you just prefer to go on spying all this time.
My world stopped revolving around you months ago, Aloy. I've had work to do. Countless hours of research, as demanding and time-intensive as it has been critical to the fate of this planet.
Right, of course. You're just trying to save the world, too.
That's right.
Exactly.
The difference, of course, is that unlike you, I've produced results.
Did you find a backup of Gaia or not?
Oh, yes. I believe I did.
Where?
Voila. Why do you think I summoned you here? Behind that gene-locked hatch lie the ruins of the ancient facility where the Hades extinction protocol was perfected. A testing process that ran hundreds of trials, each of them using a backup of Gaia.
Hades told you this?
It took some convincing, but yes. So, are you ready to go get what you've been searching for the last 6 months? Or are you just going to stand there with your mouth open?
You mentioned you've been busy.
Exceptionally busy.
But not so busy you couldn't teach Tanakh the rebels to override machines, ride them as mounts.
Aloy, the only issue you should be concerned about is obtaining a Gaia backup. Perhaps if you focused more, you might actually see results.
That's not exactly a denial, Silence.
Take it any way you want.
Maybe he didn't want to deny it.
Firm. Hades said that there are backups of Gaia in there.
Yes. Or were anyway. 1,000 years ago.
Backups that didn't get purged when Ted Faro wiped every copy of Apollo.
Correct. According to Hades, this facility could not be accessed by remote signal. Not even Ted Faro could touch the data here.
Backups. complete Gaia and her subordinate functions. Everything needed to reboot the system, restore control over the terraforming system, save life on Earth. And there.
So Hades said. So what are you waiting for?
Did Hades reveal the source of the mysterious signal? The one that woke it, trying to destroy life on Earth?
Yes, it did.
Care to share?
In due time. First things first, Aloy. Last I checked, you still had a superintelligent AI named Gaia to reboot.
Yeah. The same Gaia who had to destroy herself 20 years ago because of the signal?
It stopped being transmitted years ago. It's no longer a threat.
What if it repeats?
It won't. Even if it did, well... The details are complicated, but the signal required Hades to take effect. Delete Hades from any backup you reboot, and Gaia's safe. Now stop wasting time. Go get a backup.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. I'll search the facility for a Gaia backup. But just to be clear, Silence, if this ends up being another one of your tricks...
It's a gene-locked hatch, Aloy. You're literally the only person who can open it. How could I set a trap inside?
Trick me again, Silence.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. About how every line of dialogue that Aloy has sounds sarcastic and condescending and... Oh, she's just the worst.
Everything you've been fumbling about, unable to achieve for 6 months, is now within your grasp. Now, I know you didn't learn much about manners growing up a Nora outcast. But in a situation like this...
She basically whispers everything.
And I say, you're welcome.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Soba. Please step inside. Please step inside. Please step inside.
Are you kidding me?
I think we're in luck.
In luck? The door is completely messed up.
Obviously. But despite the malfunction, you can still get through. If you'll be patient for a while longer. See those crystals there? The Osram call them fire gleam. They're combustible. Not nearly powerful enough to blast through a door like that.
But maybe just enough to jolt it open a bit more.
Exactly. It will only work with an igniter. I'm sending you the schematics now. To build it, you'll need some machine parts and the oil from a kindleweed plant. That only grows underwater, but you should be able to find some in the nearby lake. The parts are more complicated. You'll need a spark coil from within a Leap Lasher's power cell. Remove the power cell before you kill the machine, or else it'll break.
Sure thing.
Well, I already have some deep water kindleweed. Just need to get the parts. Those machines should have the parts I need for the igniter. I should scan one of them. My focus can show me where the part is.
Power cell is on the back.
Those legs were built for leaping. And kicking, no doubt. There goes the part. I'll pick it up.
Alright, stop moving. Stop looking at me. Aha.
I'm here. Okay, got the parts for the igniter. Now I just need to build this thing.
There's a workbench near the entrance to the facility.
From your time tinkering with Hades?
Tinkering? More like extracting invaluable data.
Come here, you. Just gonna hide behind this tree. Aha! How about you? Skyfall made your mama hate Adele. Sounded the most Bond-like. Never understood why people hate musical artists so much. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Justin Bieber, but I didn't want to harm the guy. Yeah, I don't really know either. Okay, we got ourselves an igniter. Okay, so I need one more raccoon hide.
There. Be able to use this to blow up that fire gleam now.
I need to have a look and see if there's some like easy legendary gear
That's how
to
I
get.
detached the processing orb from the horse in the first place.
Great.
I'd step back if I were you.
Please step inside.
Finally. I think I'm in.
Then by all means, proceed.
Now that I have this igniter, I could blow up that fire gleam that I've seen before.
Focus on the task at hand, Aloy.
Yes, focus. Don't get sidetracked. When her voice is on the radio, she just cries out in pain. You used to have the same reaction to the anime Bleach? Wait, what?
This whole place is flooded. And there's another gene-locked door on the other side.
There's nothing wrong with Bleach.
I have to find a way to get over there. Well, this is familiar. Picking my way through ancient, crumbling ruins while you spy on me through my focus.
Stop waxing nostalgic and concentrate on finding a backup.
What? I have to keep both buttons held down for some reason. What? Why would you do that? Yeah, probably. The grappling in this game just looks so weird. Just the climbing in this game in general as well.
Door's locked. There's some kind of device next to it. Energy cell. That did it.
Zone 5. Wait, Halo has a grappling hook now?
My man Ted, harbinger of the end of times. What can I do for you?
What? I was listening to that. Did the game really need to say, oh hey, what's above me? I'm pretty sure I could have figured it out.
My pack's full. I can get it for my stash later. What was this room for? Looks like this looks like the same device from the other room. Maybe I can use the energy cell here.
How am I going to get the energy cell over there, though? Only Aloy could tell me. I don't think I mind games adding grappling hooks. Grappling hooks are cool.
Elizabeth and Travis Tate.
Ooh, boy! I tell you, Liz, what I just done gonna make you love me. I just imagine them far zenith rapscallions opening this fake guy we made for him. And I thought, what this really needs is a signature.
This isn't a prank, Travis.
I know. All I did was just script a couple of avatars. A little you, a little me. To deliver our message of doom, real personal-like.
Would you just send it?
As soon as it's done compiling, then you and me should celebrate. I brought party fixins, pizza rolls.
I don't care.
This console shut down. What do we have here?
Okay, so I need to put that. Oh, that is where it was supposed to go, I see. I don't think Assassin's Creed has a grappling hook yet, does it? Just Cause has a grappling hook.
Hell up there that I should be able to pull open. I'll have to climb higher to reach it.
You love me. I just imagine them far zenith
I think Far Cry has one. Yeah, Far Cry has a grappling hook.
I know. All I did was just script a couple of avatars. A little you. Deliver our message of doom, real personal-like. As soon as it's done compiling, then you and me should celebrate.
Is this door open or not?
Pizza rolls, absinthe, a couple of hacky sacks. Color me confounded, Liz. How is it that someone like you, paragon, damn near saint, could love this world
Oh, I
so
see.
damn much, but no one did it? I mean, have you ever even had a friend?
There are tokens that can match with that from here. I'm gonna have to jump. I can't make that jump. But if I glide... I don't think I'm gonna get to the door from here.
I think Frost is right, you know.
This easy?
I don't think I am gonna finish this game on stream.
There's more of the facility over there. How about I take a look?
That's probably how I get back afterwards. Assassin's Creed Syndicate had a grappling hook. And then they removed it for the next 3.
What's in here? There's another locked door. What's that console next to it? There's data here. Try this Tate. This place turned out a lot of malware before Zero Dawn. Looks like this is connected to the door. It needs a code to open.
Balls, dude. How loud is it out there?
Outside the noise dampening field? 150 decibels?
Well, I guess we got privacy. What's the hap, Trav?
You and me go back a ways. But I never saw you cheat no one. Why start with Farzine?
There we go.
I was gonna tell you about it. They get a copy of Gaia, I get a spot on the Odyssey. But I told them, I said, make it 2 spots, because I'm bringing my friend Trav.
Gosh, Hank!
Gosh, Hank.
The dampening field done slipped. You alright? No, I'm cool. Okay, got a personal field right here, see? Now, I know your ears ain't working so well just now. But see that text transcribing every word I say? Good. While I dial the music out there up to 170 decibels, how about you type in that transmit code?
Yes.
The deal's off, Tilda. Zero Dawn got its ectogenic chambers. Far Zenith needs the Apollo database. There's no reason this incident... You tried to steal Gaia.
Getting close.
I had nothing to do with it. And you punished those responsible. Your logic bomb has them scrambling to restore vital systems. I'm really supposed to believe that you knew nothing about this? Please, Liz. Humanity's chances are slim as is. You may not approve of our plan. But what if we're the only ones to survive? Don't you want us to have Apollo to remember our common past, our mistakes? I'm begging you. You'll get your copy of Apollo. Thank you. Let's speak again before... Goodbye, Tilda.
So, the end. I think this was personal.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll go over here. We'll see what the deal is. Ah! Ah. I thought I could get far away enough from, yeah, far away enough, but clearly not. Oh, TJ, hello. Alright, I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna see if I can... Oh, I was trying to see if I could grapple onto that one. Why can't I grapple onto that?
Compile complete. Data file, Baron Promise. Ready for transmission.
I'll ship it out as I go.
It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Well, it does. I mean, it does want me to go that way because that's the way I have to go right now. But it just doesn't want me to go that way now. Despite what the fuck are you doing? Despite the fact that I opened up that pathway. All of that for one little chest. Okay. Other questions? Aha! I can't even remember the context of that. I think, oh, that's right. We had just met up with Errand in Baron something, and he was talking about I think he was talking about Ursa, and I was just like, oh, where's TJ when we need her to tell me about all these characters that I've completely forgotten. And then what? Why did you fall off? Why did you fall off? Yeah, I think there was something else. There was something else about you knowing what you were talking about. I can't remember what it was. Just to annoy you specifically. It is very specifically annoying me. This whole game is very specifically annoying me.
Okay, so much for...
Hold for identiscan.
That's why it's not going to win Game of the Year. No, it'll probably find a way to win Game of the Year.
That thing is huge. It looks like the power's off, except for that console. It's dampening it too.
God, why do I feel like I'm going to have to fight this thing?
Backup. Start looking.
Genetic profile confirmed. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. Do you wish to activate Recluse Spider?
I do.
Activating.
Okay, powering it up. That doesn't sound good.
It appears to be unstable and very heavy. Be careful.
At least I've got power. And there's data here. Looks like this Recluse Spider thing is a testing apparatus for Gaia and Hades. I better take a look at that access panel.
Yes, get to it.
Okay. I think those circular pods are repositories. One loaded with Hades backups, the other with Gaia.
What are you waiting for?
Hades is down, but the Gaia repository is stuck.
So unstick it. Let's hope you haven't damaged it.
Yeah, well, now that it's down, I should be able to access that pod.
Didn't we need to disable Hades first?
Two, in fact.
I was starting to get worried.
Data footprint low. 90% memory free.
That can't be right. Gaia was a vast superintelligence. We barely expected it. No subordinate functions.
It's not a full backup.
No. More like a seed from which Gaia's mind could grow if it had sub-functions with which to form a heuristic matrix.
So it's useless?
I'm afraid so. Without sub-functions.
Ugh!
Aloy, you
Well, just add sub-functions to it then.
For what? Nothing?
maybe saving the world is too big a task for any one person. Even you.
Wait. It's useless without sub-functions, but there are sub-functions out there.
The original ones. Scattered to the winds when Gaia blew herself up. They could be anywhere. You can't find them in time. Even if you did, the mysterious signal mutated them just like Hades. You have no idea.
I do. A good one. If it works.
It was worth it. You found Minerva, but it won't connect.
It's close. Mountains west of Plainsong. Close enough for me to go get it. I was hoping to find all the sub-functions, but one's enough to get started, right?
It is. Recover Minerva. One could use it to launch Gaia's heuristic matrix.
And when she's conscious, she helps me find the other sub-functions. I go gather them.
And rebuild her piece by piece. Very clever.
Still think I can't save the world on my own?
Yes.
Yes, well. About that.
Alert! Intruders! Alert!
Aloy, I need you to listen closely. These intruders want the same thing you do. Gaia reborn. It's why they're here.
Friends of yours?
No. They don't know me. The data pulse I transmitted indicated that a Gaia backup could be recovered here was anonymous. Now, they're very powerful, but they won't harm you. Not when they see who you are, what you are. A clone of Elizabeth Sobek, a genetic key with which they can reboot Gaia and rebuild the system. They need you.
I warned you, Silence.
For once, Aloy, submit to the inevitable. Open the hatch.
First I rebuild Gaia, save life on Earth, then I track you down and end yours!
I'm trying to help you here.
Okay.
Try spying on me with that. There. New focus, spyware free. Okay. Think. I don't care how powerful they are. The only thing that can open that hatch is me. Question is, can I find another way out? There's a current in the water. Not much, but maybe it's a way out.
No, she's got an unlimited supply, apparently.
Confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. Please step inside.
Looks promising. Beta. Do we have it? Fantastic. Did the pulse originate here?
Has someone...
Something wrong?
Great, now there's two of her.
Shit!
Spectres, Beta! Well, any idea what the hell a clone of Elizabeth Sobek is doing here?
Maybe Gaia made one when it destroyed itself, a Hail Mary to repair the system.
Don't like the sound of that. Nah, don't like it. Don't want it.
But the
Nope. One's enough trouble. Eric.
Yeah?
Care to do a little downsizing?
Sure.
What if she set the pulse?
Then that was foolish of her.
Quick, hide behind the console. They might not have spotted me.
I snap a lot of necks in VR. But that certain tremor as life fades from the eyes. Ooh, no hollow quite gets it.
Keep flapping your mouth. It makes a nice target.
You actually think that primitive crap you got there can hurt me? This is gonna be fun. I wish I could bring you with me.
I'm not hurting him. I need a way out of here.
Oh, what the fuck?
There's nowhere to hide.
I gotta use that console to make it drop more.
You can drop more what?
Don't need this.
Now I can break the console and pull the thing up.
So long. Real fight.
Okay.
You want this as much as I do. That's not gonna help you, girl.
What was this supposed to drop down on?
Another one down.
What are you up to?
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Oh.
Here we go.
Not that rig.
God damn.
Let me taste the blood. Reckon that thing ain't gonna help, girl.
If he was...
Come on. Come at me.
Oh, gotta cut the main stem. Oh.
Scream, will you?
Need to shoot the couplings, holding up the stem. Looks like there's 2 more couplings on the stem.
Fight me! Not that dumb machine!
One more. Ah.
Come on now, admit it. You may run.
comes down, it's only gonna kill you.
Better than letting you have all the fun.
What?
God damn it! What was that? Me killing what you wanted dead. What the hell did you think? The platform collapsed, body went with it. Right. And since when don't you get what you want, huh? Spectres, such.
Out of here. There's a current. It's heading for an exit. Might be a way under this.
Oh dear.
Shit!
Oh, what the fuck? Open the door. Boost. Boost.
Know how to get out of here.
You know, it's funny. Umbral has been trying to get me to play terrible games for at least a year now. I did not think that the game that I would consider to be truly terrible would be this one. I think this might actually be worse than any game Umbral has recommended to me.
Looks like some kind of power room. Currents lead here. Promising.
mean, she wanted to get out, and now she's out. So. I don't see the problem.
I found.
It's okay. I'm here.
I've got it.
Hey, easy. Easy there. Hey. It's right here. The way you were clutching it when I found you, I knew it was important.
Where are we?
An outpost of the Utaru tribe. Not far from where you fell.
How long?
2 days.
She can do it herself, Val. Relax.
Aloy?
She doesn't need your help.
I found something. In the mountains
West of Plainsong. Yeah. Kept muttering it while I carried you. Look, Aloy, whatever it is that you found, you're in no shape to...
I will crawl if I have to.
Okay, fine. But before you do that, there's someone you should talk to. An Utaru named Zoe. She told me there's been trouble in those mountains. A cave spitting out deadly machines. Can't be a coincidence, right?
Why do we need her? Let's head for the cave.
It's in Utaru territory. Her territory. She can help us. You'll see.
Fine. Let's go see this marvelous Zoe then.
As verdant limbs wither, roots rotting slow.
God, this is...
Seed rises as certain as stone.
Zoe.
This is starting to get painful to get through.
She should be in bed.
Aloy doesn't really do should.
You're so right. Varl said I should talk to you about the machines in the mountains west of Plainsong.
I am a grave singer. My place is here. We can talk once you've healed.
What's wrong with it?
Her. Her name is Ray, not it. She's one of our land gods. And she's dying.
But not just dying. She's suffering.
Her condition is not your concern.
So, if anyone can help, it's Aloy.
May I?
I think you're being super unfair to the game. It's an interesting story. Oh no, I agree. The story is interesting. The story isn't the issue.
What I'm about to do might look bad, but it will help. Spear. I still need to talk.
Of course. But this way.
The mountains. West of Plainsong. There trouble out there?
The Utaru have trouble everywhere. Our fields blighted, our settlements abandoned. But the cave in the mountains is the worst of it. It is a sacred place. Fa, another of our land gods, went inside weeks ago, but she hasn't emerged. Killer machines pour out instead, threatening to overwhelm us. It's never happened before.
Wouldn't be your first
It's
save.
based on George of the Jungle. True.
Thanks for taking us in.
Varl's the one that carried you across the wilds.
I doubt anyone else here would have let us in. Or stayed by my side to make sure Aloy was comfortable. We were lucky to find you.
I could say the same thing.
Sounds like you two have been spending a lot of time together.
I wish it hadn't taken an injury to make that happen. I hope you feel better. And soon.
You said the tribe has trouble with its fields and settlements.
Yes. Whereas once the land gods harvested endless bounty from the fields, now they
True.
sow poisonous blight. War brews
Then the
among
protagonist
lost,
might
while
actually
rebels
be
prowl
somewhat
outskirts.
likable.
And the machines grow ever more aggressive, hemming us in, forcing us to desert distant villages. Now they're even coming out of our sacred cave. Many in the tribe fear our days are dwindling.
Wish I could tell you it was better everywhere else.
Not that we're gonna lose hope.
Ray and other machines like her, you call them gods?
Land gods, yes. For generations, they provided for us, seeding and harvesting the fields of Plainsong. Food for all. A miracle of endless bounty.
A farm, run by machines.
More than a farm. A blessed land, providing sustenance for my people. Until the derangement.
So what happened to the land gods after the derangement?
They faltered, year by year. Once they were peaceful. Now they turn on us when we approach, even attack us. They'd always enrich the soil, but for several seasons they've glutted it endlessly with mulch. The fields have turned fetid. A blight that keeps spreading, even beyond our lands. We used to have food for all. Now we barely have enough to feed our children.
Must be over-fertilization. Spread by spores, maybe?
I don't know. That's not even the end of it. Each land god used to visit the sacred cave once a year, but no longer. Without the rituals of renewal, they've fallen apart. Like Ray. They're dying. And my tribe with them.
So the cave is sacred because machines like Ray and the one you call Fa go inside?
Yes. Before the derangement, each land god left the fields and made a pilgrimage to the cave. Always in the same order. Doe first, then Ray, then me, and so on. Spattered with soil from their labor.
Why does it look better on
Each reappeared 2
Xbox
days
than others?
Shining anew. Without so much as a scratch. All soil and ornaments of worship washed away. The tribe celebrated each return as one of the 8 hallowed festivals of our calendar.
But the derangement changed the cycle.
Yes, or so we thought. Over time, the land gods stopped the ritual, becoming crazed and brittle. But 3 weeks ago, Fa trudged inside. The entire tribe lifted their voices in song.
Oh, it's because of the
praying that
green.
cycle had begun.
I guess that makes sense.
Fa has not emerged. What has our machines built to kill?
Are machines being made inside? Like in a cauldron?
Sounds like it. But the way these land gods come and go, it's not like anything I've seen before. You called yourself a grave singer. What does that mean?
To all living things, an end must come. It is my task to ease the passage. I try to bring comfort and sing of the renewal that death sows the way for. But I never thought I would have to sing for one of our land gods. I don't even know if Ray heard me. What you did soothed her more than I ever could.
It's not your fault, Saw.
Preying on anything is bad.
You could have done.
Yeah.
I need to get into that cave.
What? No one does that.
Well, it's time to make an exception.
It belongs to the land gods.
Look, so there is something inside there. Something that could solve problems all over the world. The storms, the derangement. Maybe even your broken land gods.
What could possibly do all that?
A spirit?
Yeah. Something like that.
I could journey back to Plainsong, assemble the chorus, tell how you soothed Ray.
Your bathrobe is green and you hate
to go
it.
inside.
Great. I'll get my things.
I know.
She needs rest.
You don't have to tell me.
I'm fine.
I haven't used a bathrobe since I was a kid.
Assembling the chorus will take time. Heal first, then join me.
Fine. Bed rest. I got it.
She does not need you to help her heal. You could come with me to Plainsong. Lend your voice to mine as I try to persuade the chorus. It might help her cause.
I'd like to, but I'm afraid she might run off.
Really?
Yeah, she has a habit of doing that.
Later then.
Zoe, wait. It's not that I don't want to go with you. It's just that I...
Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes?
Then I look forward to more conversation.
Yeah. Me too. You're supposed to be resting.
Laurel, you should go with her. I'll get better on my own.
You trying to get rid of me so you can...
No. Not this time. I'll meet up with you in Plainsong when I'm ready.
You sure about this?
Yes. Go. Get out of here.
Okay. So, wait.
Wait, doesn't he still have all of her stuff? Oh, no, I guess not.
Who are they?
What do I use? I just get out of the shower, dry myself off with a towel and get dressed.
Okay. All healed up.
That's what I do. Oh, this is the camp that they wouldn't let me into before. Yes.
Karja Huntress.
So Ray.
Now this out.
Somehow it's docile. Part of its programming, maybe?
What do you want?
Barbarian? What? What do you mean?
The problem is foreigners. You're the second one I've seen today. Sooner you all go, the better this soil will be. Less chance of bad seeds taking root.
I would have thought easing your land god's pain would have earned some goodwill around here, but...
Ray is going to die anyway, just like all of us. Meanwhile, Outlanders come, taking what little we have left. Just like that Karja Huntress I saw earlier. All dressed up like a bird, dragging an Utaru girl behind her like a slave. Called the girl a thrush. Never heard that before. Must be some old Karja curse.
Wait, a Karja Huntress with an Utaru thrush.
What, am I talking to myself here? Yes. Saw them just today running southwest, likely to their deaths. Can't harvest the stinger fruit there. Too many machines. Poor Utaru girl, whoever she is. May her seeds find fertile soil.
I know you didn't mean to, but you may have just helped me find an old friend. Thanks.
Don't need your
Wait, what?
Don't want it.
It's so much better to shower, wrap a nice comfy bathrobe around yourself and then sit down and relax? I don't know about that. Hey, I went all the way over there. Oh, I still have a missing tool for that. I can go over there now. Go over there. Still have a missing tool for that. Yeah, we got a couple of fire gleam things. We can go back and do that now as well.
I need to meet Varl and Zoe in Plainsong. Ask the chorus if we can go into their sacred cave. Minerva should be inside. If I can get it, I can reboot Gaia. And then maybe we can figure out who those strangers in the proving lab were. But first, I might want to head southwest to find an old friend. See what she's doing out here. And maybe explore a little.
Yes, exploring. That sounds like a great plan.
Going down.
You told me they were the best delving crew in the claim.
You told me we'd be drowning in artifacts.
Well, I found this, didn't I?
It's a tray.
By the sun, man! Not even the most accomplished crafters of Meridian could pull off such symmetry. I wonder what the old ones served on it. Appetizers? Seafood?
It's a tray! Who are you?
Rushavid? You wouldn't recognize the sun if it hit you in the face. This is the savior of Meridian, the one who sees the unseen. You've
That's
come
me.
from them, haven't you?
Them?
The relics! The lake is full of them. Something big happened here in ancient times.
You mind if I take a look? That's a lot of data.
Should we be sending for a healer?
Whatever this is, it all points to something called a mobile cover system.
Oh, you mean a cover for the tray?
No. More like something that could come handy in a fight. Where did you find this?
The dig site,
Which is now crawling with machines. And unless they magically disappear, we are leaving.
Don't you want to find out what actually happened here?
Maybe we still can. What drew you to this place in particular?
Every good
The only thing
expedition
that's
starts
bothered
with a
you
rumor.
a little
When
is
the
the
Tanakh
use of Greek
chased our
god
forces out
names.
of the
You're
west,
all burnt
returned
out with
soldiers
that.
described this lake.
There's like too many
Like it
games
was
using
signs
Greek
of the
mythology.
ancients. I knew as soon as I heard the tales that its waters promise a bounty of artifacts.
Maybe.
A promise that hasn't been kept, at least so far.
Those who are patient
It's-
will be rewarded with sunlight when clouds pass.
I don't know. It's like it's very easy to like fall back
Plenty
on
of
that,
ruins in
isn't
the
it?
east. Why come all
Because
the way out here to look for artifacts?
like
Well, while my colleagues scour the same old ruins,
there were
I
so many
a new trail.
Greek
Loquacious Gendas,
gods
the first scholar to
that
discover the secrets of the
represented
West.
such a wide variety
I'll be
of
as famous as the great
aspects
scribe
of
Aram.
life
You don't
that
seem
it's
to
very
share his
easy to
attitude.
just default to naming things after them
Ideally, trinkets that are
that
a
serve
little
that
more
particular
glamorous
function.
than seafood trays.
You can be so boorish.
Somebody's got to pay for expeditions like these, and so far we haven't found anything that'll cover my costs.
I feel like none of these cases look particularly good. I feel like the Switch one is less obtrusive if it didn't have that MA sticker at the bottom left. There are more possible naming systems than there are Greek gods. I mean, yeah, obviously, they're not going to be widely applicable to everything, ever. But in the context of the things that they are representing in this game specifically,
When we arrived, the sight seemed as calm
It
as a gentle
fits.
breeze. I saw a glint in the water and waded in. It was the tray. I was so enamored with it, I didn't even see the machines closing in. I barely escaped with my life.
I was there. You actually had a pretty good head start on them.
Easy for you to say, gawking from a safe distance. In any event, I had hoped the Oseram would deal with them. They're supposed to be the best delving crew in the claim.
Instead, all they do is moan about hazard pay. Ha! Not a chance unless we can find some booty to cover my investment.
Where's this dig site? Seems like the best place to start if I'm gonna follow up on this mobile cover system. Maybe I can figure out what actually happened here.
The site is just behind us, up the lake to the west. I knew it was no coincidence our paths crossed, Savior. Imagine what stories you'll bring us once you search the lake with your second sight.
Hopefully just the truth.
The sun has truly shined upon us this day.
you haven't looked at physical Xbox games in ages.
Just what we needed.
Yeah, me either.
Reason to stay in this sun-forsaken place.
I like Asian mythologies a lot more, mainly because I'm too sick of Greek and a little bit of Norse. God. You play a little bit of God of War and all of a sudden everybody hates the Greeks.
I'll draw the shards from your pockets next time.
I should go to that dig site Gentis mentioned. Clear out those machines. And look for any clues on this mobile cover system.
Only I could have escaped with more relics.
Titan Quest. No, I don't think I've played Titan Quest. I have it, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think I've ever played it. Not properly. I might have installed it once. That's about it. That's the extent of my Titan questing.
Shock could do a lot of damage.
I actually get hit by it. Oh, fuck, you know. It's from the Grim Dawn devs. Ah. Is that a good sign? What is that a good sign of? Oh, is that what I think it is? Oh, hell yeah. Look at the size of that thing. Alright, I'm going in. Thunderjaw. I think if I remember rightly, this was supposed to be like the strongest thing in the first game. Nobody wanted to fight one of these. I'm going in.
Watching over this area. Might have some useful data. I'm not giving up.
Oh my god, it's got so much HP. One tail slap. Dead. Oh my god, it's put me right back here. Okay.
It's weak to acid.
Weak to acid. Doesn't seem particularly weak to acid. What is it? What is it? Oh. Oh, what the? Oh, fuck is that? What? What? Now where has it put me? Falco, hello. How are you doing? I scanned the Spectre. Oh yeah, Shredder Gauntlets. The unique weapons that deal more damage with every throw and catch of a Shredder. After 3 catches, the Shredder's next impact explodes. The longer a Shredder is charged up, the longer it will slice into enemies before returning. Shredder Gauntlets deal the highest amount of tear damage and excel at removing machine components. They're ideal for skilled hunters who stay on the move and time their throws. That doesn't sound like me. Enthusiasm for this game. Is it really coming through that I don't particularly like this game? Is it showing? Thought you were about to tell us why it's your game of the year. Yeah, not fucking like. It's a good thing I only paid about 20 quid for it. God, I don't even know what my game of the year would be.
What's this?
Oh, God. Is that it? That's what was up here. That's what I came all this way for. Alright. Alright. Cool. Cool.
Good use of this.
How do you guys feel about the yellow tape / painted arrows approach to guiding players in games nowadays? Well, it's not even like a recent thing. I feel like it's been a thing since at least the first Uncharted, right? So it's not exactly the most recent of things to occur. I'm fine with, like, I'm fine with guided climbable things, especially as games get more to the point where it's hard to tell what is just like part of the scenery and what is actually something that you can climb. Right? That kind of stuff I don't mind. We definitely need to be able to do away with the whole characters constantly narrating to themselves and, you know, giving away solutions for things. I mean, you can turn them off in this game as well. You can turn off the guided climbing things. It's just that I've decided to leave them on because I'm lazy. I will also admit to having dropped down the difficulty, which is not something that I mentioned before, but I'm mentioning now that I have dropped down the difficulty of this game.
I don't want to be rude, but you're a bitch.
It's true. It's true. Listen, after playing this game yesterday, I was just like, I'm not going to finish this game if I don't drop the difficulty. And after playing it today, I'm still not even sure that's enough. Combat difficulty settings don't affect the amount of sarcasm coming from AI. True. Yeah, I feel like maybe after playing God of War and after playing Pokemon and after playing Mafia, I think maybe what I should have done instead is I should have played a more closed environment game of some sort. You know, something a little bit smaller, maybe. Smaller in scale. This guy's still dragging this body. Holy shit, he's so useless. Yeah, I don't mind like level-based games where the levels themselves are somewhat open. That seems fine. But yeah, something on this sort of scale is a little bit, I don't know. There was a way up through here.
Announcement!
Darth Andrex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe I should have done the other thing and instead of played this, played what's it called? Stranger of Paradise instead, like I said, like I was thinking of doing. Oh, or maybe even played The Surge, like you said I was going to do, apparently. I seem to remember saying that I was going to play The Surge. I don't remember committing to it, but you know, that's a little bit smaller scale that I would have been more okay with.
This'll break my fall.
Prey is great, even despite the devs being like, we never wanted to call it Prey, they forced us to call it that. Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate because I remember when they showed off the trailer for Prey 2 and I was like, oh man, this game looks cool as hell. I love the whole like bounty hunter aspect to the game, and then that's not what it was. They made it something else and I was like kind of disappointed. Like, I played the game and the game was great, but I was still kind of hoping for that Bounty Hunter Prey 2 that they showed. There was a game that I played on PS2 called Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter. And it was basically just like an open space, like bounty hunter game. Like, you would go to the space station, you would collect contracts for bounties, and then you would fly through space and go to these planets and try and capture these bounties, either dead or alive. And I've been wanting a game like that again. And I thought Prey 2 was going to be that game, and then it turned out to not be it. Been a long time since anyone's made a good bounty hunter game. There hasn't even been a Metroid Bounty Hunter game since Prime 3 on Wii. See, I've never played a Metroid game, so I didn't even know that that's what that game was.
An old world ruin. I wonder what's inside. Okay, let's see what we can find around here.
Okay, so there should be a spot for me to use the glimmer stuff around here somewhere.
There's some kind of device here.
Where is it? Oh, is it up? Is it up top?
Some kind of lock for the door. Looks like it needs power.
Where the fuck? Oh, it is up here, but on the outside. Whoa! What the hell just happened?
I'm gonna blow this up. There we go.
Okay. And then this one's on the outside, on that side. Aha. And then this is where the energy cell is.
Ha! An energy cell. But it looks like it's out of power.
So I have to restore power to it. In this one,
I
maybe?
think I can slot this energy cell into that device. There we go.
Ah, charged.
Charge the energy cell.
Oh, I fucking knew that was gonna happen.
Discharge the energy in the cell. I gotta power it up again.
Hmm. Okay.
Looks like this thing needs power.
Oh, hold up. Okay. Okay, I've got it.
Let's get this crate out of there.
Okay, really dumb idea. Let's see if this works. Oh, actually, that's a good point. How would I... Okay. Yep. All right. Yep. Yep. Aha!
There. The lock on the door above should have power.
I have no idea if that was the intended solution, but you know, whatever, it worked.
Okay. This thing has power now. Looks like this needs a
fucking code. All right.
Maybe there's some data around here that could help. This could be useful.
Two. Oh. Cool.
Okay.
Give me the
got the
ornament.
rock. I'll hold on to it for now. Figure out what to do with it later.
Huzzah! We did it. Okay, what does this do? Ah, yes, I want to equip this radial blast. I skipped half the game doing it that way. I fucking hope so.
I might want to take another look around. See if I can find anything else.
Yeah, the way I look at it is if the solution works, it was the intended solution. Wait, are there no machines here now? There was loads of machines here before. Now there's none.
That worked.
Oh my god, get in there.
What's in here? Looks like this was a Karja fort. Might have been abandoned when the Tanakh pushed the Karja army back to Barren Light. Might be worth looking around.
Okay, annoyingly, I can't do anything with that flower.
I can't reach up there. I need to find something to stand on.
Hmm.
Something heavy might break it down.
Why the fuck is she explaining things to do after I've done them? God, I really should have played the Surge. I should have listened to you, Sword. And I don't say that often. Okay, so we can't do anything with that yet. I guess we go to the dig site next. think I would rather go back to Assassin's Creed Valhalla for the third time.
These must be the machines that Gendas and Rashad were talking about.
What is that? Wide more. Oh, it's a hippo. Hard to say. Not currently, no. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm being sucked in. You mind?
Still in this fight.
Trying to critical strike this thing. Thank you. Get off me. Trying to shoot off the teeth. Like the big teeth. I'm going in. Hiya!
All clear. Doesn't look like there's much here. Let these ruins fall off into the water.
You know, one thing that pisses me off about getting shopping? Yeah, what's that?
I should take a look at the ruins under the water. See if I can find any clues.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Oh, I see you've highlighted something. Here we go. So there's a 215 and a 565, right? Okay, what's the issue? Oh, I see. One's 215 grams and one's 565 milliliters. I see. All right, so my question is, does the price of the one that's milliliters have the pence per gram section on it? Or does it default to price per milliliter? Yeah, listen, everybody knows that gluten is measured in grams and the gluten-free stuff is measured in liters, obviously. Everybody knows that gluten is a solid, and therefore, if you remove it from something, that something becomes a liquid. Also with Urim, hello. How are you? We have a new variable? Okay. Is there a giant tub of mayonnaise that has fucking weighed in tons? Alright, so they're both gluten-free. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're both gluten-free. This one's kosher and gluten-free. Listen, okay. This one is gluten-free, but it's also kosher, and therefore it's weighed in grams. Because the kosher balances out the gluten-free.
Announcement!
Everybody knows this. Captain Lewis, thank you for follow. I appreciate it. I think I'm about to drown. I'm about to drown. Swim up! A bit more. Come on.
Something jammed in the console underwater, but I can't hold my breath long enough to yank it out.
Oh, great. I need the rebreather. Sunken wreck. Alright, we're not doing that anymore. Alright, Glyn Hawk site. Let's go. Do you two know each other?
I need this.
Is that what's happening? I'm just more surprised to find out that Falco hates mayonnaise. No, you're gross. Falco hates most foods. I don't know. That's true. Yeah, see? Azurum knows. Mayo is amazing. Exactly. And it's a better accompaniment to chips than ketchup is.
Maybe I said enough.
Mayo, ketchup, and mustard. See, I'm not a big mustard guy. I've never been a massive fan of mustard, like, at all. He hates most meats, cheeses, food with a rough texture, food with a foreign name, and anything green. Alright. I don't know if the... Wait, he hates anything green. I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure it was... Wasn't it Sword that said that earlier? How do I... Can I not just jump in there? Oh, time to climb up, I guess. Grown to appreciate mustard because it's low in calories and carbs. Oh, I see. It's also low in taste, which is why I don't usually eat it.
Here I come.
Is it on the other side of that wall? How? How am I supposed to? It's on the other side of this wall. But there doesn't seem to be a way to get in there. Most concerning. Eat most meats, cheeses, food with rough texture, food with a foreign name, and anything green. Mustard is not low in taste. No, I know. I'm just being a dick about it. Yeah, I've just never particularly liked mustard, that's all. as any condiment on its own. True. True. Everyone seems to... Everyone says that. Everyone's just like, wait, you're playing Horizon? I thought you didn't like Horizon. I liked the first game just fine, okay? I just hated 98% of the characters in it and thought the story was kind of mid. In general, I thought the game was fine. This one, not so much, because everything that I hated about Aloy in the first game, they've just ramped it up to like 20. Out of 5. Tofu, welcome back. You ordered chicken wings and chili nachos? Nice. Doesn't hate the game, just everything that's in it. True. Did they somehow make her more boring? They made her more boring, more sarcastic, more condescending, more unlikable in every aspect. Somehow. I don't know how they managed it, but they did. I am constantly reminded playing this game that somebody actually wrote a serious article after the first one came out and said that Aloy was the greatest protagonist of the last 10 years. Oh yeah, the constant backseating. Should play Bayonetta, now that's a strong female MC. Oh, that's right, that was the game that I was gonna play. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, and that's why I didn't, because it's super expensive. I don't have any money. Because I still need to play the second one.
Some sort of old defensive outpost. Can always count on a pack of scrappers to carve up any salvage.
That is a fucking Ravager. That is gonna kill me so dead. Okay, I just need for it to walk past and then I can silent strike it and get killed instantly. You're too late, Bayonetta is cancelled now? What? Switch games are allergic to going on sale. Yeah, I know. Terrible. Okay, that did not do nearly as much damage as I would have liked. Give me your cannon, dickhead. Thanks, mate. Holy fucking shit. God damn it. All right, let's try that again and have that not go anywhere near as well to begin with. Oh my god, there's a fucking bird here as well. Great.
Acid'll do a lot of damage.
Okay, where is the other one? It never came up on my scans. Oh, there it is. You should write articles on video games since you don't play much of them. I mean, I don't think that's how that works. Although, I think that's exactly how that works. Basically IGN. Have you ever completed the tutorial for Cuphead, Tofu? Aha! Fuck. Okay. That went a little bit better that time. As I knew it would. Ah!
An active console. There's something jammed in it. An access key.
It's raining hell over here, Sergeant! No shit, Corporal. The egghead over at Voltos needs our security key to get the mobile cover prototype out of here. Get to the console and get it out of here! We have a second enemy contact incoming! Another Horus! Someone call in that goddamn airstrike!
Sounds like I need 3 of these keys to get to the mobile cover system.
Fucking 3 of them.
Another console on file. I should check it out.
I don't understand, it's so stressful to play games for free. Sometimes I have to play a game in a genre I don't like. I know, it's crazy, right? Horizon Zero Dawn 2. Already not the name of the game, but okay. Is a 9 out of 10. The story is exhilarating and has unforgettable characters. The combat flows like my poops after eating Taco Bell. Let's see. I just can't get into these adventure games. You got spoiled with Zelda. Yeah, we were talking about this while you were gone and about how I may have made the mistake of playing too many like open world games in a row. Because I went from what was it? God of War to Pokemon to Mafia. And then to this. Might have been a bit too much. Should have played something a little bit more, a little bit smaller in scale. Okay, well, we can't do that. We can't investigate the submerged ruins because we don't have the right piece. We need the rebreather for that. Some of the RT. I'm not playing Command and Conquer. I'm not doing it. Want an open world with in-depth dialogue and conversations in every building you can go into. All of these open world games are open to run around in, but that's it. Where are the people? And that's fair. Every game should be Skyrim, is what you're saying. God, please no. Probably isn't the right way. Oh no, it is the right way. R2 unavailable. Okay, that's great. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm alive. For real? Am I the only one that gets slightly triggered by buildings you can't go into? I think that would be difficult. Difficult to do.
Sure you can tough out the cold. Bless one heart.
Can't go as far as there. Try and avoid these, avoid dying to these hippos. Oh, it looks like this is an underwater thing as well. You just hope it won't be a massive flop. Well, we have to wait for Starfield to come out first, right? Because then, didn't they say they weren't even going to start working on it until Starfield's out? Bethesda haven't cared about putting out a bad product for 20 years. Okay, that looks like something that is way too deep for me to go to right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Swim faster. Come on, you got this. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna have to leave this for now. Also, I don't particularly agree with the Cyberpunk being a bad product thing. I played it. I enjoyed it. I didn't have an issue with it. Cyberpunk was almost there because quite a few buildings you can enter a bunch of people in the streets. Granted, there isn't much for random dialogue and the story/side stories were pretty linear. I feel like Cyberpunk is probably about as close as you're gonna get to what you're looking for, though, Tofu. That's the thing. Fun truly is subjective. Oh, yeah. Yes, I guess so.
Someone left their hammer in that machine. I should take a closer look.
Technology needs to be better. I think VR needs to be better. We need to hurry up and finally get VR to a point where we can just Sword Art Online ourselves, you know? That's what we need. Although, I keep using Sword Art Online as the example for good VR. And I'm going to say something controversial here. But Log Horizon is far superior to Sword Art. Just saying. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there something wrong with what I just said? Do you disagree in some way? Does anyone else find it just completely insane that Facebook may collapse from spending all of its money to end up with a VR program worse than VR chat? I did hear about that. About how Facebook's going under because VR chat is somehow miles ahead of the billions that Zuckerberg has invested into trying to get the metaverse stuff working, and it's fucking shit. It's not hard to be better than SAO. True. It was good for like the first half of the first season, right? And then they just randomly like stopped. Like the story was interesting for like the first half of the first season, right? Where it was all about them trying to get out of that game. And then that ended after like 12 episodes. And then they were like, oh yeah, we can just leave now and we're gonna go and play a new game. And it's like, what? Why? Why would you do that? I was enjoying that. Metaverse doesn't have legs. What? This shows that no matter how big you are as a company, it only takes one massive bumbling idiot to take the entire ship down. True. Watched a bit of Gun Gale online. I did too. Like I watched. I think that's about as far as I watched up to. I watched about halfway through Gun Gale. And that was when I stopped, and I was just like, I can't fucking take this anymore. If you were in VR, Sword Art Adventureland, what class would you be? I don't know. I don't even know what the classes are in that game. Anything with a katana, I guess. I'd be whatever class that red-haired guy was. Didn't he have a massive katana on his back? Yeah, I'd be that guy. Support class or DPS? I don't know. In MMOs, I usually do DPS because tank and support is too important to leave it up to me because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Comes to tanking and supporting in MMOs. But Overwatch, I only play tank. It's not quite the same thing, but oh, that's where the Thunderjaw. I guess we'll go over there. You'd be tank or support? Yeah. The washing pole virgin. Wow. You can't call me that one day. I'll be whatever class lets me solo the game because fuck party members. I was about to say that, so I was about to say, oh, you want to be hero to it. Okay. Where is this fire glue? this. Get out of the water. Thank you. You just hate being squishy? Didn't you just say that you would play support? Are you still playing Guild Wars, Tofu? If I had you and Tofu in the party, I'd rather just blow off both my legs. What the fuck does that mean? What are you trying to say? I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but why are you saying it? You're not playing Guild Wars anymore. Okay, what made you stop playing Guild Wars? I thought you were really enjoying it. You need to stop buying games that you're not gonna play. I mean, you didn't spend any money on Guild Wars, so... Oh, this leads to a cauldron. Somewhere. Wait, how do I get there? Doesn't look like it's through here. There's parts to climb. Was it up there? No. It'll be up there. Oh, there it is.
Cauldron. If I can reach its core, I should get enough data to override some new machines. Machine's weak to purge water. About. How dare you? Oh, that went way further than I thought it was going to. Oh, that helps.
Where the fuck's that one going? Where are they? You know what? I'll take it. If they want to run, I'll let them. Can I even get in here? To a point in Guild Wars where I tried to enter a new area and it was like, you need Heart of Thorns to enter this area, and it threw off your vibe. What the fuck? Guess we bonded over Doja Cat and now you don't like Game of Thrones? Doja Cat come from? I guess I should amend that by saying fuck the show, the books are good, but I'm slowly losing faith you'll ever finish them. I see.
Once I'm inside. These ledges look like they'll fill up.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I dislike all things Game of Thrones, really. You'll finish them sooner than Hunter x Hunter. Don't know about that.
Down it is. People seems starting up. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Here we go again. That was fun. I need to find my ready core. Oh, good.
Strike from above.
Should be able to get across if I hack that node near the gap.
Anyone watch Wednesday? No. I remember somebody talking about it a while ago, but no.
Ready for anything now?
Yep.
I'll have to find a different path.
I'll go through there. Or it might have been a scanner. Not a shield. Oh well. What are you doing? Just override the thing.
Damn. More machines. Gotta find a way to the other side. Acid will eat right through that metal.
Ah, come on. Yeah, that's more like it.
Have to get past this shield.
Do you mind?
I gotta hurry. Everything's being moved.
Everyone is currently going crazy over dancing, over the dancing in the show. I see. You think you just don't like much of anything?
That has to be the core.
Yeah.
I should be able to climb these vents if I time it right.
Whoa.
Going down. Maybe I can use that.
What? Oh, fuck off. Okay, how do I use the arm to get across?
Jumping onto that arm should be easy enough.
What? Why did she not jump onto the arm? Aha.
So good. Now I just need to jump off at the right time.
There we go. You liked Mass Effect minus Andromeda and Skyrim. I think you're like Idolmaster Cinderella Girl's Starlight Stage. Am I supposed to override the door?
Showwalker's scuttling around. I wonder what it's got in that container on its back.
Yeah, right. Oh, one shot. Yeah, I'll probably finish this cauldron and see what happens after that, but yeah, for now, I think I'm just going to get this cauldron done and we'll call it a day.
Those metal carriers can get me closer to the core. But how do I reach them?
Tofu is currently playing Disco Elysium. Trails in the Sky is a great suggestion. You know, it's funny. I almost skipped Trails in the Sky and went straight to Cold Steel. Almost. I'm very glad I didn't. this. I don't even know if this is how I am supposed to do this. What was the point of me coming over here? Was it to go this way? The games are only hard until you unlock the secret art of speeding up your fucking turns. Oh, here we go.
Could try getting to that arm below. Vents. I can make a jump.
Climb up the vents. Oh god.
It's close.
BG3 is going to be great. Probably. It was, that's the one that's done by the Divinity devs, right? Every time you advance the story, all NPCs have new dialogue. Yeah.
I made it this far. Just have to hold on a little longer.
I actually watched a YouTube video that went into why the Trails games take so long to localize. And it said something like, Trails in the Sky first chapter had more lines of dialogue in it than the Bible and all of the Tolkien books combined. That's the Hobbit, the Lord of the Rings books, and the Silmarillion or something. It has more lines than all of those combined.
Just have to get to them.
That's just for first chapter, yeah. Oh, it wanted me to jump up there, I guess.
I better time this right.
What was that? Did I time it right? Okay. Aha!
Get those machine overrides.
Hey, we made it. All the NPCs in Shadows are living their own lives independent of the player. Oh yeah. As the kids exclaim these days in disbelief, deadass. Yes. Deadass, no cap, are words that I have heard.
Never seen machines stored like that.
What?
It's deactivated for now.
That's a wide. Can't wait to see how badly this goes.
Core? Now I just need to access it. Guess I'm not getting those overrides without a fight.
Ah, you bastard. Shit. There's a fucking second one. Okay, I'm not sure what I shot to make that happen, but... Did I shoot the rock? Oh, yeah. I did shoot the rock. Please don't die now. Oh, thank you. Nice of it to spit up all these metal fertilizer pods, though. Oh, they disappeared. What the fuck?
This should help me override machines out in the wild.
Fine.
Looks like Hephaestus has been activating Colin's security grid.
Oh, I can override scroungers now. And grazers. And scrappers. Hell yeah.
Data I got from that core. I should be able to override this machine. I should be able to override scroungers now.
Consider yourself overridden.
Everyone's on the same side.
Can I mount this? Or does it just fight alongside? It doesn't look like you can mount scroungers. That's something. I was hoping for a more nimble mount than the one that I have been using. Instead of saying, "Are you serious?" they're gonna say, "Bro, are you Siri?" Okay. Alright. Okay. Wow, I kind of hate it already, so... The burning bigots? Wait, what? No, I said the burning blooms. Yes, I am getting out of here. I am leaving. I need to get something to eat. I need to have a shower. So, yeah, I am gonna go do that. I will be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I will see you then. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Have a good night. Stay safe. Thanks for hanging out. Thron, thank you for the 20-month resub. Darth Andrex, thank you for the follow. And Captain Lewis, thank you for the follow as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. See you guys later. Bye-bye.